Today I'm going to do the video that I promised to do well over a year ago when I did one on the Battle of Britain on screen. So I know, and from the number of views that's got, that many people who like the channel aren't really so concerned with this. They're much more interested in the history, particularly the ancient history. They're far less inclined to listen to me prattle on about movies and TV series with some historical basis, and particularly if those are not set in the ancient world. But you know, it's one of the things you can indulge yourself with the channel, that you can do things that I feel are interesting, that excite my attention, that one or two people did say, oh, I'd like to see that. So, you know, for the benefit of those handful, here it is, and for my own pleasure of talking about this, because it means it gives me a good excuse to sit down, rewatch lots of films I haven't seen for a while and think about them in a slightly different way. So today we're going to talk about movies about dogfighting in the First World War, about aerial warfare in the Great War, the 1914-1918 war. The time very much of biplanes, a few monoplanes, a few triplanes, of most of the pilots not having parachutes, apart from a few of the Germans near the end, of comparatively flimsy aircraft that could catch fire, and then the prospect was of, do you burn to death, do you jump out when you're 10,000, even 15 or higher, 1,000 feet up and fall to your death, or do you wait, or do you even put a bullet in your head? From some of them that carry revolvers, which, you know, occasionally see, even most recently in the film Flyboys. It's one of those things where this excited people's imagination during the war. You know, so much of the Great War seems so grim, so brutal, so industrialized, that the slog of trench warfare, the mud, the gas, the machine guns, the artillery that shattered villages, shattered human beings, so that there are so many missing, that is grim. And although cinema did come to that, sometimes it was always harder to do, and it tended to produce something quite dark. At the time, during the war, there seemed much more glamour associated with some other things. So you get this around Lawrence Arabia, but you also, the air war. Remember that flying was still so new. It's not that long since the Wright brothers had that first very short flight. It's not that long since Blériot flew the English Channel. And if you look at the type of aircraft that go to war in 1914, compared to the ones that are coming out in 1918, like the Fokker D7, the Sopwith Snipe, where you're starting to have multi-engine bombers, the range, the performance, the speed, the construction techniques, all of it's becoming much more sophisticated. Under the pressure of warfare, developments happen far quicker than they would otherwise. So you see this incredible progress, and flying remains very glamorous, certainly through until perhaps the Second World War and afterwards, when maybe space and space exploration takes over that sense of something that really is pushing the limits as to what's possible. So you have, at the time, the press in particular focus on the flying aces, and then this develops after the war. Again, fewer people want to write about the trenches and the slaughter, far more about the dashing exploits of flyboys and aces in their often gaudily painted aircraft that, you know, they knew who each other was. You get it, I suppose. Britain, obviously the big one that takes off will be W.E. Johns, who'd flown, was it DH4s or DH9s? He'd flown two-seaters, but he writes about this character Biggles, flying ace in camels, Sopwith camels, and then it does so well that he writes a whole flood of stories, and Biggles keeps going into the Second World War. You know, a big deal, really popular. They get sort of slightly more into kid stories and boys' own adventures as they go on. The early, if you look at the initial one, there's a bit more sense of, well, they drink alcohol, for instance, in the mess. It's a bit closer to the reality, but it becomes sort of more suited for his audience, more romanticized. In the author of Winged Victory is quite bitter about the success of The Camels Are Coming, the first book, because he was trying to write his own story about his own experiences in 46 Squadron in 1918. That's an incredibly good read, very vivid but grim, partly because he was dying as he was writing it. So there's a lot of bitterness of the disappointments of after the war, as well as the harshness of the war itself. But you had lots of magazines, you know, these pulp stories about flying aces, gaudy covers, pictures, drama, you know, this was just part of a thing. There was a lot of enthusiasm, particularly amongst boys and young men, but more generally. And Hollywood picked up on this quite soon. So, I think Wings, the first really big aviation picture, is 1927, and it's done on a lavish scale. And then they will follow. There are quite a few of them in the 20s and particularly in the 30s. I mention a few. There are quite a few others I haven't got to. There used to be, I don't know if it's still displayed, I might mention this later, in the Smithsonian Air and Space on the Mall in Washington, you had a quite nice video presented by Douglas Fairbanks Jr. talking about how aviation was presented after the war and how Hollywood took to it. And it is bizarre. There's even the Fred Astaire, Ginger Rogers film, The Story of Vernon and Irene Castle, where he goes off and Fred Astaire becomes a pilot with the Royal Flying Corps, and is killed in an accident. There are lots of others, Clark Gable, Cary Grant and others. There are various films where they appeared as French pilots, British pilots, things like that, most of which are quite hard to find these days. They are out there, but there are several I haven't been able to see. I remember seeing clips of them and things like that. So I don't comment on those. I go for more of the others where I think there's quite a lot of flying. And the emphasis in these is less about the films themselves. It's more about how do they present the air war, how do they present the aircraft, how do they present the tactics, the experience of it all. And one of the big things that a challenge to all of this is that the focus becomes very much as it has in the fiction on the fighter ace, the man who shoots down lots of enemy aircraft and often knows the names of some of the more famous enemies he battles with. It's back to the idea of cavalry of the clouds, of knights of the air, the element of chivalry within it. You have something that will reappear in several of the films. Ernst Udet tells the story that when he came up against the French ace, now was it René Fonck? I think it was René Fonck rather than Guynemer, but he fights this terrific battle with this pilot, but eventually his guns jam. He's hammering away at them, trying to get the cocking handles to move, and the French pilot, the ace, flies alongside him and salutes and flies off, waves and flies off, doesn't kill him when he was helpless. And it's seen as, a sign of chivalry, that there was some respect, you'd fought well and I'm not going to kill you. Cynics might say, well, maybe he didn't have any ammunition by this point either, but who knows? There are, what somebody did at that time. He might well have decided, I'm not going to do this today. It's that sort of story. I mean, that's the main example of that. That's incredibly rare. In most cases, people only cleared off if there was a threat to them or they were in danger or they weren't able to damage you anymore. And people were very, very keen to claim their victories and to shoot down a helpless enemy. So the chivalry angle tends to get pushed a bit more than it probably should, because it had fitted in with this sort of popular culture view of the ace fighter pilots. Another thing that tends to go, that we'll touch on quite a bit, is the real air war was about the two-seaters, the observation planes, the photographic planes, the ones spotting for the artillery, your eyes in the sky, the ones that allowed you to see what the enemy was doing and target that enemy very specifically by artillery. That was the big killer of the First World War, particularly on the Western Front. Those aircraft did the important jobs. There were far more of them than there were the fighters, the scouts as they were actually called at the time. But that's less dramatic, because what you're doing is staying up for hours, taking pictures or calling down messages. It comes in now and again, but we tend to focus very much on the aggressive role of the fighter pilots, because that's much more dramatic. But ultimately, their shooting down other aircraft was intended to blind the enemy. It wasn't about shooting down the aircraft for their own sake. Later on, you'd get elements, depending on, particularly with the Flying Corps from 1916, and then later on in 17 and 18, in particular, a lot of ground strafing, ground attacks that comes in a bit more in the movies than for the Germans in particular than it did in reality. But that element of would be the Corps and the Army aircraft in the Royal Flying Corps, of the spotters, the observation, the slow, lumbering, not particularly maneuverable, clumsy, overstable, often old-fashioned observation photographic aircraft. They did the really important job. It's just not as glamorous, therefore it doesn't get the attention. It doesn't get into the stories quite so much. It is no coincidence, though, if you look at somebody like von Richthofen, the bulk of their victories are British two-seaters. And there is, particularly when I got very keen on this when I was a kid and started reading things, and then at various stages of my life, I always found it interesting. I've made lots of models when I was in that stage of my life of biplanes. I always liked doing that. And at one stage was sort of wargaming this with these Airfix models, and Revell put up on coat hanger these great stands that had a tendency to pitch over because they weren't too stable, and the lightly made plastic aircraft would smash to bits, but complicated rules about turning circles and height and all this sort of thing. And because of that, it, like a lot of things very interesting, I've just read a lot. As a hobby interest, I've always found this absolutely fascinating. I can particularly recommend the trilogy by Peter Hart, who used to be at the Imperial War Museum, which is Somme Success, Bloody April, and Aces Falling, about the Royal Flying Corps in 1916, 1917, 1918, where he emphasises very much, it's based overwhelmingly on personal accounts of what the observation aircraft were doing and how much that really mattered, but also of the stresses, the strains, the changes in technology, of how, again, in 1915, the Fokker Eindecker, that didn't have particularly good performance, the Fokker monoplane, but had a forward-firing synchronized machine gun, occasionally two, but more often one, inflicted what was called the Fokker Scourge. It could shoot down lots of British and French aircraft because they didn't have any aircraft that could fire straight forward. They had to improvise things like pusher aircraft, where you have the engine at the back pointing backwards and the pilot, or possibly pilot and observer, in front, so they can shoot forwards. There's no propeller in the way, but there's a limit to how far that technology can go. That allowed the Flying Corps to get back aerial dominance by the time of the Somme offensive. And then by later that year, 1916 into 1917, the Germans had brought in the Albatros as the main new fighter. There are others as well. Twin machine guns, much faster, much better performance, completely outclasses anything the Allies have got. And again, that leads to the Bloody April, the immense casualties of April, then subsequently May, suffered by the Royal Flying Corps, because they're flying outdated aircraft that are outclassed by the Germans, but they've still got to do the job. And it's a question of putting the numbers up and throwing them out there, and accepting by the Trenchard, the head of the RFC, accepting the appalling casualty rate, because they needed to serve the army. That was what they were for. So you have this incredibly quick changes in technology, advantage switching from one side to another. You have a much, this is not sometimes, and again, it's particularly true in the movies, the air war can seem completely detached because it's just one fighter pilot going against other fighter pilots, and who wins or loses, yes, it's very important, very personal to them, but it's not, there's no sense of this affecting the wider war. Instead, the air war was crucial for the wider war, but it was, the scouts were protecting the people that were really doing the important thing and trying to stop the enemy from doing the same thing back to you. So there's lots of things like that where it's just a really interesting topic. It's a really interesting period of history where the technology was struggling and where so many ideas were being tried that didn't always work out too well. So that you have the Sopwith triplane that does well, so the Germans copy it, do the Fokker triplane, which sort of does okay but isn't as good. You have development. Another thing people tend to forget is they think of these aircraft much like later aircraft, where really it's and they forget about the number of different types of engine you'd often have in the same basic machine, that really it changed its performance in a big way. So that when the SE5 comes in, the SE5A in April-ish 1917, its performance is comparable to an Albatros. By the time you've up-engined it about twice, it's significantly faster, more manoeuvrable as well. It's a far superior aircraft. But again, depending on the tactical situation, the Germans fight a clever war. Comes back to this point, you look at the Red Baron, most of the aircraft he shoots down are inferior to the aircraft he's flying at the time. A high proportion of them are B-2Cs, very early, not terribly good two-seater, RE-8s, things like that. FE2s, a DH2, the pushers. There was a tendency in some books, as I was saying before I rudely interrupted myself, to sort of portray this as somehow unfair, unsporting. That, I remember one book written by an ex-RAF pilot, but later, not from the First World War, describing sort of Richtofen as this mangy cur prowling the skies looking for the weak and the vulnerable. It misses the point completely. In the first place, warfare isn't supposed to be about being fair. It's about winning. It's about gaining the advantage. You want as many advantages as you can get. It's not a sport. Secondly, what he was doing was trying in the most efficient way possible to protect the German army on the ground, protect his area of the front line where he was stationed, by stopping the Allied reconnaissance aircraft, spotting aircraft, photographic aircraft from doing their job. Those are the people you want to shoot down. Those are the aircraft you want to stop. In the same way that somebody like McCudden spends most of his career, yes, he's a reasonably successful dogfighter and flight leader, but most of his victories come from tuning his aircraft so he could fly as high as possible and waiting to stalk individual German aircraft coming over at high altitude to photograph or do other missions over the British lines. And surprisingly, they didn't think any of the British scouts could get up there to them. And he passes out on more than one occasion. He's suffering from oxygen deprivation because he's pushing beyond the 20,000 mark in an open cockpit. So Bishop was similar in many of his, a lot of those are two-seaters as well. And it's always, oh, well, that's not really fair. You're in a fighter aircraft, you're shooting down a slower, less maneuverable, less well-protected aircraft, but that's what you're there for. And it's not about waiting for the enemy to develop good aircraft so you can have a fair fight. It's sometimes it's confused by this sense of the glamour of it all, the supposed chivalry of it all. The courage of the people doing this, that's something you can never doubt, because this is incredibly dangerous and difficult and stressful, but also the excitement of it all. When many of them, even when you get it in Wing Victory, the sense of the moments of beauty while you're flying and the thrill of flying, even with someone who is mentally breaking down, is struggling with the whole idea of the war and the cost of it and the loss of friends. So you have a lot to come together, which is why it provides very fertile ground for on-screen depictions. It's just that there tend to be the romanticized view tends to take over quite often. There's quite a few good films out there. There's some of the ones I'm going to talk about. I'm particularly fond of some of them more than others, but there isn't yet the perfect First World War aviation film, but there are some that are pretty good indeed, come rather close. And it would be nice to think, I always, it was a surprise when Flyboys came out a decade or so ago. I can't remember when it was now. I hadn't heard anything about it till it suddenly appeared in the cinemas. You always hope that somewhere someone is out there who's going to make this sort of thing. I'll show you the over the front short film from the Australian War Memorial, or at least I'll talk about that, and you can find versions of it on YouTube. I keep hoping that Peter Jackson will do a First World War aviation movie sometime, but we'll see. You never know. You never know your luck. But these things are expensive to do, and you can't be sure that the audience is going to be strong enough to justify that expense. Again, most movies are not made with me as the typical viewer in mind. So anyway, let's have a look at some of the individual films, and we'll go through them as we did before with the Battle of Britain ones, and then sum up at the end. I guess the best place to start, and the obvious place to start, is 1927 and the movie Wings. It was one of the big movies of the era, one of those spectacular silent films that has been lovingly restored and shown more recently. I remember seeing it on television once a couple of decades ago, and then since then there's a very nice Blu-ray edition, which makes it as sharp as you can really with film as old as that. When you think that's less than a decade after the First World War, and whilst there's some questions over some of the details, a couple of the cast had participated in the war, many more of the extras. This is a movie that's grand in scale, particularly the big scenes you have of the big push they keep talking about in the film, where you see this massed attacks by infantry, big bombardments, you've got Renault tanks, thousands of extras, you've got a large number of aircraft, you have big formations of DH-4 two-seaters, presumably the ones with the American-made Liberty engines. You've got some twin-engine bombers. You've got as well the fighter squadron that our two main characters have been involved in. So this is the first really big air war movie. There's been a few little bits before, but this is done on a lavish scale. And lots of the conventions are established in this film, so that you have the view of the pilot in the cockpit, and some of these were taken in the air, so you see the wind effects on the pilots' faces. You have the bullet holes marking the slicing through the canvas. Clustered. The grouping in movies tends to be more accurate than you're likely to get, where you get a sort of line stitched across. Given the juddering, the speeds involved with aircraft, probably be a bit more scattered than that, but they get very, very focused. You get the dramas of pilots being wounded, and because this is all pre-Hays Code, you've got blood gushing out of their mouth, or the sense of agony. This is silent movie acting, so there's an element where people pull facial expressions you wouldn't get away with in the talkies because it just seems too much. But it is done on a grand scale. It's a movie as well that is about flying and about the war in the air, or the training to get there. So it covers things that you don't always get. It's not marginal to the film, that is central to it. And you have, with the cast, you've got Clara Bow as the would-be love interest that eventually becomes, the girl next door that the boy finally realizes that he does really fancy in the first place, after there's confused the two main characters competing for this other sort of local belle, who gives tokens to each of them for good luck charms, and it sort of threatens their friendship when they find out about this. Clara Bow is supposed to have said that she felt she wasn't really needed in the plot, that she was superfluous, and there's an element of that. But on the other hand, again, within the convention of the time, she does it rather well. This is the it girl of the time, really big movie star, sex symbol of the era, and one of those sensible people who actually retired, and I think went off and became worked a ranch later on, had a family, and having done lots of really big movies, even a few talkies, just went off and did other things, and had a life. Said, right, I've done that, so let's move on. You can tell it's pre-Hays Code when some of the scenes in Paris, for instance, are pretty raunchy in the nightclub. You see her changing when she's getting ready to try and catch the hero's eye, or one of our hero's eyes. It's near nudity. It's surprising because you tend to be more familiar with later black and white films when everything was much stricter. She climbs rather inelegantly over a fence early on, in a way that I think would have been edited out or stopped in later films. But anyway, what we want to talk about is not so much the storyline, which is very melodramatic. This sort of the two men, rivals, become friends, realize they're rivals for the same girl, get jealous, and then one ends up killing the other by accident, and lamenting this. So it's you also have, yes, this is close to the war, but you've also already had the flurry of lurid and fantastic and melodramatic tales about fighter pilots. The glamour of flying is a big deal. The film is dedicated to the airmen of the war and the ones who didn't return, and it's quite respectful in some ways, but it's also starting to do that. Now, it's interesting in that they show training, and they show some of the methods that we use, and you see them lined up with Lewis guns, with Vickers machine guns, firing in the butts at sort of targets being dragged across. You see them doing physical exercises. You seeing them, in the cockpits, or the sort of the ones that are not part of just for training in. They do a bit of this in Flyboys, but it's unusual apart from that. So it's interesting. They go off to start to learn to fly, and they meet Gary Cooper. It's one of his early roles. He's in the tent. They have this conversation about good luck charms. He says he doesn't have them. When your number's up, your number up. Goes off to 5 figure of eights. It's done by shadows. You see shadows converging of these aircraft, and then you see a close-up of a crash that is obviously a crash from later on between a German aircraft and a thing which they use in one of the dogfights. And Gary Cooper's killed. So it's not a big part for him, even though he tends to get quite prominent crediting in the modern edition, because obviously he went on to become a big star. And then eventually they go off to France. You have them. The aircraft they have in this are overwhelmingly post-war models. You have aircraft that were made for the US squadrons and that weren't developed in time for the war. So you have standing in for Spad's an aircraft that's, not bad, and some of the mock-ups that get to crash or you see on the ground are more accurate Spads. They're Thomas Morse MB, I think, or something like that, or MB. Again, I'm not so familiar with that. You can see that it's got an axle between its wheels, which is always a mark of the earlier aircraft. The German Fokkers are they Curtiss aircraft? I think the Curtiss Hawks or something like that. They really don't look particularly like anything German from the war, but they do. Well, I suppose some of those weirder Austrian aircraft are a little bit like that, but they do look different from the Spad, so they stand out in that respect. You get them, they go off to France, you get them being shaken awake for the morning patrol. A flight of 5 Americans goes off with our 2 heroes among them. They encounter a flight of Germans they've been talking about. I can't remember who it is, but the circus of, is it Von Decker or something? I can't remember what he's called. But there's a sort of Richtofen-ish character around there, a German fighter race. It's again a classic thing. You don't really get the very careful stalking, the trying to get up sun. The 2 flights see each other. The Germans are slightly higher. They both just go straight at each other to attack, and you end up with a dogfight. An American shot down almost immediately. Again, you see the pilots being shot. You see flamers, aircraft catching fire. The edition I've got, I don't know if this was original, shows it tinted with the flamers yellow-red to emphasize the horror of all of this. An American evens. Again, you've got all the captions in to explain what's going on, which of course is something you don't get in sound films, so that this dogfight, in a sense, is choreographed and presented in a way that's easier to follow. But it's done by bringing these up. So, I think the American number 2 shoots down the German number 2, but then gets excited celebrating and is in turn shot down. You have the American flight leader is charging towards shooting another German, and the German doesn't back down. And this is when the collision, which you've briefly seen for the Gary Cooper death earlier, this is presumably where it's filmed. I'm not quite sure how it was filmed, whether that's models or whether they how they represented it. Now, to me, that leaves, because you've lost 3 Americans and only 5 to start off with. It's only our 2 heroes left. But I wasn't quite clear when I rewatched it whether other aircraft are supposed to have joined in this dogfight. But it's all the conventions. You have them turning, trying to get behind each other. You have them climbing, diving. You have, as I say, close-ups of cockpits. You've got damage to the aircraft, sometimes even instruments being shot up. One of our heroes gets shot up. They get the oil pressure. The oil starts to leak from his engine. He switches off the engine, glides down. You have 2 moments. The other one, his guns jam, and the German flight leader sees this, comes up beside him, salutes, waves, and pulls away. And there's a title telling us about the chivalry of these knights of the air. The other one, engine gets shot out. He crash lands, manages to get to the British lines, and it's quite interesting. He's picked up by British troops, and this is emphasized. But the German pilot not only strafes him when he's crashed on the ground and is hiding in a shell hole, but chases him around trying to shoot him again. So it's interesting in that it doesn't quite show a simplistic, yes, everything is chivalry, or not. It shows them being quite ruthless as well. But then he gets pulled in. You get a couple of other dogfights. You've got one where there's a German Gotha, which isn't a Gotha, but is a twin-engined American aircraft that's painted up with big crosses on. Like everybody else, they always have the Maltese cross, not the more conventional cross that was ordered from about, was it late March 1918? I don't blame them. I think the Maltese cross looks better and, as I say, screams out First World War. With 2 escorts, our 2 heroes are sent off to intercept them, which seems a bit light for a bomber and a couple of escorts. There were interceptions, but it's fairly rare because usually the time wasn't available to get there and reach the enemy. You've got you've got telephones, but beyond that, there's no radar or anything like that. One of our heroes takes on the escort. One of them takes on the Gotha. The escort, he shoots one down. The other one is supposed to run away. Eventually, it's quite interesting. You do see a sort of a machine gun shooting downwards under the tail, as some of these bigger bombers had. But he shoots that up, and it crashes quite dramatically. And Mary, the girl next door, the nurse, by now a nurse in France, is down there below in the street that's being bombed and waves and is excited. Well, it's the shooting star, the thing painted on his aircraft. They then go on a balloon busting mission, which is nicely done. Again, brings back the importance of observation of controlling the guns. And they emphasize this. And you see an American column marching along. One chap stops to rest by a tree, is given a cigarette by other. Then it's the observers and the call-in artillery get some huge shell bursts. The fella smoking is hit, and they have to, they don't realize he's dead at first till he keels over. They then go in, they dodge some fighters, fight those. They get lots of archery. One of them peels off to deal with the fighters, keep them busy. The other one goes, shoots down 2 balloons. The second one, it looks to me, I'm sure you can see, I mean, maybe it's scratched onto the negative, but I'm half wondering if they actually did shoot at a real balloon to blow it up. You can see there's something suggesting tracer going towards this and the balloon, but you see the again, great thing is made of the observers bailing out, parachuting down. We have to, remember, this is all really new, very dramatic. The whole flying thing is still very much in its infancy. This is the era of barnstorming, of the world of the great Waldo Pepper we'll talk about a bit later, that the movies are starting to represent something that is still incredibly glamorous and exciting and rather mysterious. So he shoots down the 2 balloons, but in the meantime, his friend, and they've had a bit of an argument, they're still friends, he is shot down. Crash lands in a lake. It's, again, footage they use in the Great Waldo Pepper, showing this Spad crashing in a lake. He's sort of coming out, the German troops approaching, can't quite make up his mind whether he's trying to surrender or not, but he doesn't do it quickly enough. They shoot at him. He falls into the water. They assume he's drowned. They later, then you have the dropping back his effects over the airfield, which again did happen, not all the time, but it did happen. And they'll use it in Dawn Patrol and elsewhere. He then gets really angry, wants to avenge his friend. So when he's flying in this big final attack, he's quite aggressive in the way he's shooting at German ground targets. And you have a bit where a German machine gun nest is holding up the American advance, killing lots of people. So he goes in and takes this out. By this time, the friend, wound or not, has managed to sneak to a German airfield, steal one of the fighters, takes off, turns back to strafe the airfield. He strafes an aircraft that looks like a good Fokker D7. So whether they had one that couldn't really fly but could be pulled along or taxied a bit to be shot down, I don't know. Because when you get back, maybe they just only had the one, so they didn't have enough to represent them as formations, and they wanted all their planes to look the same. I don't know the reasoning. And then this is when the great tragedy occurs, where as he's flying away, trying to escape, his friend, still angry, still seeking vengeance, sees a German aircraft and shoots him down, mortally wounds him, lands near the crash, and he dies in his arms. I think there was some fuss made about the one kisses the dying friend. I think that's just, this is still a very romantic age. It's almost sort of Victorian gesture rather than any sort of homoerotic element, but who knows, given the way they're represented in the rest of the story. So Wings is really impressive. It still is well worth a look in this day and age. You obviously have to get used to the conventions of a silent movie, but it very much sets the tone for how the air war will be presented. But sometimes the ones that follow don't quite do it as well. So the sense of patrolling, the balloon busting mission is nice. You have the Gotha, weren't many of those operating over the front in daylight because it was just simply too dangerous. So that's stretching it a bit, and that will of course come back as well repeatedly in Hell's Angels, in Flyboys. It's something they can't seem to resist, these big twin engine bombers. Handley pages as well also appear in Flyboys, as they do in the German Red Baron. So there are some things where some of what they set and some of the sort of romanticism will last through, so some of the exaggerated bits. But there's also a lot that's quite gritty and quite realistic alongside this fairly fanciful and rather strained plot. So really interesting film, really impressive film, really, really spectacular film. I've certainly in the 90s and early 2000s, I remember a few times seeing clips from Wings being represented as real footage of the First World War, of some of the attacks across from the trenches and that sort of thing. So it gives you an idea. It does look very, very good indeed. So anyway, that's it for that one. Hell's Angels is one of the more famous films, though I see they've just released it on not simply Blu-ray but on the 4K. It's still a bit dear, so I haven't bought it yet, because I must confess, whilst it's spectacular, it's not my favourite film. The plot seems too contrived. You know, these brothers who are, one of them's a decent chap and the other one's a cowardly scoundrel. That are they at Oxford or Cambridge? I can't remember. It's one of the two big universities, and you know, he gets involved in a duel early on in Germany and runs away from that, and the decent brother has to do it. Then they become flying corps pilots. It's very melodramatic. You've got Jean Harlow as the love interest who, you know, has an affair with one, but is not faithful to either of them. It all feels a bit too much of a sort of you know, a pulp magazine basically story. It's too over the top. It's a bit too dramatic, and the fact where, you know, in the end, well, first of all, the friend they've made at university, the German student, he's in a Zeppelin that starts to take damage that they're attacking, and he has to jump out to sort of, or do they cut him loose? I can't remember. Some of them are just jumping out. Others they cut loose to save weight as they're trying to escape. The brothers eventually, when they're shot down flying an aircraft, a German captured aircraft with German markings they've used to bomb a vital target, they're executed as spies, perhaps not unreasonably given that they've pretended to be German and yet fought while still flying a German aircraft. The younger brother's about to, you know, cave in and tell them all and all this sort of thing. So the older one, I think the older one kills him and then goes out and is shot by firing squad. It's a little bit over the top, and it just doesn't quite work for me. And it's also, I think Jean Harlow is supposed to be Lady someone or other as well, which, you know, it's like there's a Laurel and Hardy film, Bonnie Scotland, around about the same time with this marvellous one where the pretty young actress says something like, "But do I have to leave Scotland? I've lived here all my life." Apologies, I can't really do the accent, but that's it's one of those things. Again, for most of the audience, it wouldn't matter, but as soon as you show that in Britain, it's going to sound pretty. She doesn't really convince to me in the part other than the femme fatale bit. So as a film, it doesn't quite work. You have two main flying sequences. I mean, there's a few little bits, but the big one, sorry, the main one, or the early one, is when they're sent off in a two-seater, which I can't really identify. It's too dark on the DVD copy I've got to see exactly what it is. After this Zeppelin with other aircraft, they get shot down by machine guns on the Zeppelin. Younger brother again panics that they're going to catch fire, but the older brother manages to fly it down and crash land, and somebody else finishes off the Zeppelin, and you see the Zeppelin in this sort of tinted image. This was a film that just spanned that change between the silence and the talkies, and was originally planned as a silent, but then the technology comes along, so they turn it into a talkie, and you sort of feel again it's got that slightly different pace. The way the sort of dialogue doesn't always work, but you know, the attention level to it, and of course in the with Leonardo DiCaprio, the Aviator movie, which has bits where you see him in the cockpit of an SE-5 with Billy Bishop written on it, and a sense another aircraft where they're making, this was done on a grand scale by somebody who was really, really serious about flying and aviation. So some of the details are quite nice, some of the way it works, and there are quite a lot of what look like genuine D7s, Fokker D7s. There might be some Falses, the late model False that is similar but a bit broader and has extra struts. Didn't quite have the performance, so was never as well liked by the pilots as the Fokker D7. Those come in, there's enough of those, a lot of it's fleshed out by and other biplane aircraft. And the classic thing is you can nearly always tell that if it's First World War, there's an axle between the wheels underneath. If it's post-war, they were able to develop strong enough undercarriage, they didn't need that strengthening thing. So that's nearly always, even if you just see a sort of silhouette, you can go straight away, oh yeah, that's not wartime. Against mostly SE-5s, the dogfight that develops when the brothers volunteer for this mission to fly this captured German Gotha, which isn't, but you know, is a twin engine. It's a big biplane bomber, so it looks impressive even if it's not the right thing. But it's big, and it's part of that draw. We'll see how often these aircraft come up in films because they look impressive, or the Handley Pages in other films, even though they're actually pretty rare, and their main operating area is not over the battlefields of Flanders. because they just couldn't survive there. They tend to be used for longer range bombing missions elsewhere. So the British are bombing into Germany factories, the Germans are bombing England or Paris or things like that. But very often at night, that was mostly where they functioned. So this is all pretty artificial. But it's very dramatic, it's very impressive, and there is a very big set-piece scene where they go off on this mission, the Germans scramble, you see the squadron taking off, again, very impressive scenes because of the sheer numbers, and they take off in formation, which is a nice touch. That was something that squadrons started to do as the war went on. They hadn't initially, they'd sort of taken off as a gaggle and then everyone had formed up. Though there's a tendency in a lot of movies, particularly CGI movies, just to have a gaggle all the time. There's no sense of... Usually it was Vics, where you'd have the leader in front and then echelon back either side, perhaps with another one higher up. And obviously you've got a situation where you're avoiding the slipstream of the aircraft in front. So you have... that's impressive. The Germans see, oh, it's one of ours, so they go off, and then they realise that it's bombing, so they turn back in, and then it's all about the bomber trying to make it back whilst they're under attack from a succession of mostly D7s coming in. Again, you get a pattern you'll see in Dawn Patrol and others where, and Wings the same, where the Germans are, to represent multicoloured in black and white was obviously difficult, so they go very heavily into checks and stripes as part of the paint schemes. It makes them show up, it makes them look different. It's not terribly accurate. There were a few that adopted that sort of scheme, but it's pretty rare, particularly the whole aircraft. But it's almost become a classic look of a German aircraft, and when you get to colour versions like von Richtofen and Brown, they're doing the same thing, because that's sort of how it's become, how people have started to think German aircraft looked. So it's again where the movies create this particular style, that then becomes fixed in everyone's mind, and unless they've done a lot of research, it stays that way. So you have a big encounter because eventually their own squadron, the SE-5s, turn up. Rather weirdly, the SE-5s have twin machine guns over the cowling, but they have no Lewis gun on the top wing. I sort of kept trying to look at this thinking, is that one, is that one? But no, they haven't. And they've obviously got, as in Dawn Patrol, most of the close-ups show, while the Germans do have Spandaus, the British have some sort of air-cooled machine gun. I'm not quite sure what it is, but it's presumably post-war US Air Force usage, or Army Air Corps, as they were. It's not the Vickers that you would normally have. That was the standard thing. So you get a very good dogfight. The thing you've got to say about this is its sheer scale. I don't think it's ever been matched by a First World War film, certainly one using actual aircraft. These are big. You know, there do seem to be dozens of aircraft whirling around in a dogfight. And there are some attempts to show tight turns and this sort of thing. Again, you can see the eye of a director who cares about this coming in rather than just the loop-a-loop and then who can loop tightest. That's the one who gets behind you. So that's all very impressive. I think it's only the movie The Battle of Britain that comes anywhere near to the same number of real aircraft dogfighting. So that's very impressive. There are lots of shots that are rather grand. It is all a bit pulp magazine, as I say. It doesn't, this sort of thing didn't really happen. And it's melodramatic as well, as they almost get back. You even have the bit where there's Baldy, this character in their squadron who is, as the nickname suggests, bald. He comes up to save them. He pulls off his flying helmet and shows them his bald pate and is waving at them, and they say, oh, it's Baldy and all this. It's not quite as bad as people talking to each other all the time. When the main characters do talk to each other, they are in cockpits quite close to each other and they are represented shouting, so that's okay. So it's impressive, it's spectacular. I remember just being surprised when I first saw it that there wasn't more frontline squadron life, missions, back and forth, dogfighting. You basically have the Zepellin thing and you get this one big set piece, and it is big, really, really big, and a lot of the aircraft are right. A lot of the behaviour, the way they're flying them is pretty good, but it's the odd details that don't quite work, like the no Lewis gun on the top wing of the SE. And you have, again, there are some quite gruesome deaths with people screaming as well. You've got the blood coming out of the mouth, which you've got from Wings onwards, and lots of these cockpit features. And clearly some are filmed where you've put the actor in a really windy situation. In some cases, they may be in the rear a cockpit of a two-seater being filmed, as they'd done with wings. So it's impressive, it's grand, it's big. It's sometimes, again, because of the black and white, and maybe this is better in this new print they've issued, you can't always see the detail of some of the aircraft against the clouds. Like most of these things, it's also fought over a landscape or filmed over a landscape where it doesn't look anything remotely like Flanders or the Somme, where it's supposed to be. This is the California hills, very, very clearly, and lots of places, the Germans take off and there's a dirty great hill at the end of their airfield. This is not like northern France and bits of Belgium, where the Western Front, particularly the Western Front involving the British, where that takes place. You have some high ground, but there's a lot less of it, and it's far less dramatic. In the same way that a lot of the movies in Ireland, it's just prettier countryside. It's lots of smaller fields, very Irish, basically, and quite similar to most of Britain. But it's not like northern France. They don't have that same pattern of agriculture. They're the same type of land. So you've got Hollywood hills that don't quite ring true, but it is grand. It's spectacular, even if the story doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, while Howard Hughes was filming Hell's Angels, you had a rival production, the first version of Dawn Patrol, that I think originally was called Flight Commander, a First World War story that is much more focused on life of a squadron. It never moves outside the squadron's billet and the airfield, or it's up in the air. They go to some German airfields and they attack them bits. They get shot down or brought down in the battle zone, but you don't go to a cafe, you don't go to headquarters, you don't do any, it all comes to you. It's much more focused, and it's all about a relatively short period and the life of a squadron that is sitting there. Now, the film was remade as Dawn Patrol in 1938, so you have the 1930 version and the 38 version. It's almost a word-for-word remake. The cast is a bit more distinguished. You have in the early one, in the 1931, you have Douglas Fairbanks Jr. in one of his early roles, and he's very good. David Niven plays the same part in the later version, with Errol Flynn as the Courtney, the flight commander who becomes squadron commander. Basil Rathbone as the initial squadron commander, the one who's cracking up and is struggling with the guilt of sending these young men out on missions that they're not likely to come back from. So the sense of being a butcher, an executioner, that's giving them the orders when he can't brand, his name is, he's not allowed to go up and fly himself. Now, there was a British order from even 1916, comes in as early as that, where Trenchard, head of the RFC, issued an order that squadron commanders were not to fly on operations, they were not to go on missions. Some of them ignored it. Lano Hawker, for instance, went on quite a few and was eventually killed on one. Others, Dowding, for instance, the future commander of Fighter Command in the Battle of Britain, there are accounts of him sometimes breaking this rule, though there was a danger. If you didn't do it too often, the nature of aerial warfare was changing so quickly, you could end up being caught out. So one of the missions he went on, he didn't do terribly well, because again, things had changed. The role of the Eindecker, the German monoplane, had altered the way fighting was going on, and there was a growing scale all the way through the war of more and more aircraft being involved, which meant you had to plan things a little bit differently and operate a little bit differently. So this is the basic thing. So you have, it's set in 1915, which is a little bit odd. That's the time of the Fokker Scourge. That's when they bring in the Fokker monoplane, the Eindecker, with at first a single Spandau machine gun firing forward through the propeller. And this was Anthony Fokker, the Dutch aircraft designer, had produced a functional system of the interrupter gear that basically synchronized the machine gun with the prop, so that the machine gun was stopped from firing a bullet when it would have hit the prop in front. You had all these experiments before in different ways of doing this, or it was put a machine gun pointing at an angle either on the wing above the top of the propeller, but then how do you reload it, or out at an angle. Some of the British ones had them off sort of 45 degrees, so you were having to aim with great difficulty, but at least you could shoot vaguely to the front. When it starts, the British and the French have got nothing to match it. They tend to rush in pusher aircraft like the Vickers gun bus early on, where the engine is behind, it's pushing backwards, so you can put a machine gun firing forward, but of course you're very vulnerable to attack from the rear because you can't see that way and you can't shoot back that way. This cut a swathe through particularly the British aircraft like the BE-2C, which was the standard observation, reconnaissance, photographic aircraft, pre-war design, slightly developed, but incredibly vulnerable. We'll talk a bit more about that when we look at the BBC TV series Wings, where it's the main mount of our main characters. So there was a bad time when Royal Flying Corps losses skyrocketed, and they were suffering badly until they were able to bring in these pushers. Even better than the gun bus, you had the DH-2 single-seater fighter, and later the FE-8. Again, the only one of those I've ever seen is in the Smithsonian in DC. And the FE-2, which was a two-seater, bigger version of the same idea. Engine at the back and a big sort of, big tail behind like a kite, and big wings, and just a gun that could shoot forward. So that was a bad time for the Royal Flying Corps, but it's a little bit strange. There are a few quirks with the scripts of these films that are the same, that they've set it in 1915 when it really seems to feel more like 1917. Probably what they're thinking about in terms of inexperienced young pilots arriving and lasting a matter of days or even getting killed on their first mission, not knowing how to survive, not being well enough trained. This is more of a feature of Bloody April and the not named in such a dramatic way, but the similarly costly May of 1917. This is when the Royal Flying Corps have still got most of the aircraft that were good in 1916 and allowed them to deal with the Fokker menace. But once the Albatross, much faster twin guns, started to appear in the autumn of 1916, the British were outclassed until spring, summer, when in dribs and drabs, aircraft like the SE-5, the Sopwith Camel, the Bristol Fighter, DH-4, RE-8 started to come through in sufficient numbers. They were still mainly making do with the old stuff that was woefully outclassed by an Albatross for this time. And the losses are appallingly high, but the squadrons keep on sending out. Trenchard insists on these deep offensive patrols, on trying to dominate the air over the German lines. So they're being sent forward, even though he knows the casualty rate's going to be appalling. It's partly to support the Arras offensive, Vimy Ridge and all that, and then later on Passchendaele. It's to dominate those front lines, beyond the front lines and beyond, push the Germans back, control the air, make sure the Germans aren't flying too easily over our territory and over our forces, and their observation aircraft aren't able to spot our people, but we're able to do it to them. It's achieved, and the Flying Corps does everything asked for it in these times, but it is at a very, very high cost. Now, in terms of sheer numbers, if you look at the last months of 1918, there's a good pair of books, Bloody April and Black October, that list all the Allied losses in each of those months. And there are far more casualties in 1918. It's just that the RAF, as it's become, is so much bigger that proportionally it isn't as bad, but it's still, some of these squadrons really are suffering. So it's a little bit odd it's not set then, because that would just make more sense. It seems a bit obvious. It's a little bit odd that in some of the briefings they're always told you'll patrol at so many thousand meters. Now, that's never been the British way of doing things. It might be now since the whole NATO standardization thing, but it was always feet. I can't help wondering if the technical advisors served either with the Lafayette Squadron or with the American Expeditionary Force when they came out, and many of them, especially when they took on French aircraft in those French sectors, they tended to do things the French way, in the same way that I think it's then when US artillery goes metric, so that by the Second World War you've got 105mm guns, whereas for some other things you've got in inches. It's still measured that way. Anyway, that's a rambling aside, but then why else do you come here? You had replicas of Newport 28, so late model Newports that really aren't in service till 1918, and only used in small numbers by the British, whereas the 11s and the 17s, they want as many as they can get their hands on, because these are the only aircraft for a while that really have anything like comparable performance to their German counterparts. In late 16 and into 17. So there are squadrons like 40 Squadron, Billy Bishop, Mick Mannock, several of the leading aces started on Newports. Albert Ball, another one. I mean, he didn't start on Newports, but he took to it, and clearly enjoyed that. So you have those as aircraft, but they often change. Certainly on the ground, you've got some quite decent looking replicas, though again, the machine guns are wrong. They're not the Vickers they should be, or the Lewis guns they should be. And in fact, they've sometimes got ones on the top wing, one up there and two down. That's really loading it. It's only the Sopwith Dolphin that had 4 machine guns in its original design, 2 Vickers over the cowling, and then 2 Lewis guns pointing up at sort of either 30 degrees or 45 degrees. Anyway, you can see in the pictures, there's this one in Hendon Museum. I think the impression is most squadrons took off the Lewis guns because it just wasn't practical. You couldn't use them, but early on you couldn't take that sort of weight. It simply was, the aircraft couldn't cope with it without drastically reducing performance. So you get more modern biplanes crop up in some of the scenes, and again they'll flick between the two, and because they reuse quite a lot of footage from the early film in the second film, it really does, it changes almost every scene. The Germans are a bit of a mixture as well. They've got some late model Pfalz, the Pfalz 12, particularly in the scenes at the German airfield, but there are others that are again AN, others that are in the dogfights, there are a lot of, they're the post-war American aircraft painted up to look a bit different, look a bit German. Again, back to the whole checks, stripes, really bold patterns to emphasize these are multicolored, therefore these are the Germans, these are the bad guys. They talk about von Richter a lot, he's the leader of the circus they're facing, and his veteran pilots are just mowing down the inexperienced British troops, and even some of the British ones. You've got again, it starts off with the mechanic complaining about the state of the aircraft, that they're in old aircraft that are barely flying, and up against these veteran Germans who are far more skillful, which again, 1917, that's absolutely what's happening. So it's a little odd. One interesting thing, in the 1930 version, the NCO in charge of the ground crew is James Findlayson, who's in loads of Laurel and Hardy films. So it's nice to see him in a straight role for a change. But it's an interesting film. I like it on the ground because it does give that sense of the stress, the exhaustion, even the bit where you have Brand, the major, listening in his office to the aircraft coming over before they land, and counting and basically working out, oh, we've lost 2, we've lost 3. You have again some of the cliches. They shoot down a German pilot, the one who shoots down Douglas Fairbanks Jr. or David Niven. Scott, Mr. Scott is or Scotty as he's called by the leader. They think he's dead, they're mourning him, they bring in the German as prisoner who shot him down, and then they start singing with him, and it's again, comes back to this theme we'll have elsewhere in other things. This sort of thing did happen, but it was very rare for the British to have a German airman prisoner, because overwhelmingly the Germans operated on their side of the lines, and particularly the fighters. That was their territory. So whereas quite a lot of British airmen and French airmen would be shot down and would be entertained very generously by German squadrons, that was more common, but the other way around. But it entered into that thrilling adventure tales, sort of pulp magazine, boys' own adventures for fighter pilots and air, and it became part of that myth. So it appears in several films like this, later in Aces High, but it didn't really happen very often in reality. The play between the characters is very nice. The conversation, you get talk, there's one talk about somebody who pulled the wings off an FE. You occasionally hear of other aircraft, but you obviously don't see them. They make bad jokes, they laugh a lot, they drink a lot. You have the hurrah for the next man to die, stand to your glasses steady, in both films. Again, I remember there was the Douglas Fairbanks Jr. narrated film they had in the Smithsonian Air and Space. I don't know if it's still there, but it was very well done about how the First World War in the air was presented afterwards. So we've actually cut between the two films where it was exactly the same. It's slightly different in the way they're playing it, but again, it does reflect that flying corps tradition, and it is very poignant. Dogfighting scenes, most of them are quite stereotyped, whirling fire, somebody shot down, close up of pilot being killed. You have Scott's brother Donnie arrives, is sent up by Courtney, who's now commanding the squadron, and is killed on his first mission in spite. And that's where the two old friends that have been inseparable, they part ways. You've had before that where the Germans have dropped a rattle on the thing, and pair of boots, for English officers, stay out of the air, von Richter, and they go back and they raid the German airfield. Again, as with all of this, and as with Hell's Angels, this is clearly the hills of California. Looks nothing like northern France or Belgium, not even remotely. It's very scrubby, it's very, very hilly. But, does that really matter? No, I don't think it does. So Courtney and Scott go and raid the German airfields, drop these things back, and they bomb and shoot up a lot of German aircraft. Again, you can tell some of them that they've been painted to look German, but they're not really German. There are a few genuine Pfalzes, but they don't have. Hell's Angels had a more authentic looking aircraft, at least for the foreground, than they manage with this. And you get the bit with one is shot down, the other one comes, picks him up on the wing. I mean, it's very well done. It's dramatic stuff, and there were occasional cases of this sort of thing. I mean, it was pretty rare and pretty difficult, but it did sometimes happen. And flies off, and then they get oil sprayed in the face, so they have to crash land in the lines, but they get through. It's all very good dramatic stuff. It then leads to these, the tension between the two, the more dogfights, and the death of Donnie, and then eventually this special mission that they send a single aircraft deep into German territory to destroy a factory. A little bit ambitious for a scout aircraft carrying, a couple of 20-pound Cooper bombs, but because it's the hero Errol Flynn in the case of the second one, you have this model factory being devastated by these tiny pieces of ordnance. And then on the way back, he comes across von Richter and two wingmen, shoots down two of them, gets killed by the third, and they drop back, burnt piece of flying helmet and goggles, because they've lit up they've got a flare path ready they're waiting for him to come back. He's having, he's got Scott drunk, so that Scott was supposed to be doing the mission, but he flies it instead. And it's that sense of exhaustion of not wanting the responsibility of being the man who gives the orders, just being preferring that it plays on them far more and weakens them. And Flynn goes out and dies heroically, all a bit contrived, but there's an essence of it, of the sense of the high losses that they had, the inexperience of many of the young pilots, and the strong. You have the bit where the adjutant is writing a letter of condolence home to one of the parents of the dead pilot, the mother of the dead pilot, and Basil Rathbone says, "Write whatever you like, it'll break her heart just the same." It's a very sad film, even though partly the idea of the remake was the expectation that America might get drawn back into this new war that seemed to be brewing in Germany. What's quite interesting is in his memoirs, Niven talks about when he came back, when the war did begin, he goes back to Britain to volunteer. Although he'd been to Sandhurst, he'd been in the Highland Light Infantry, he'd been a soldier before he'd gone off to become an actor. He didn't want to go in the army, but because of Dawn Patrol was keen on the Air Force, only to be told that, I think he was in his early 30s, that he was too old, basically. And again, reminded that in 1939-40, the maximum age for a squadron leader in a fighter squadron in the RAF was supposed to be 26. It changes. Some of the more experienced people stay on longer and prove themselves as better, and you've got the Barders and the Sailor Mallons and the like. But so many of these pilots in both world wars were incredibly young. That doesn't tend to be reflected too much in the on-screen version. But Dawn Patrol, particularly the Niven and Flynn one and Basil Rathbone, that I think is a great film as a film. There's enough history in there that it's not too bad. It works for me better than, say, Hell's Angels. It's just a better story. The older one I finally got to see because I'd never been able to track it down other than on absurdly expensive DVDs that I wasn't going to shell out for. It's been on Amazon Prime here in the UK for a while, may still be. So it's worth a look, but you have that sense of deja vu because it is so much of it sometimes the setting is slightly different. There are some, but so much of it is exactly the same dialogue and the same basic story and the same effects scenes, just with a different close-up of the pilot in the cockpit. It's a good movie, you know, and 1930 again, I think this is just the beginning of the talkies, so that it's a little bit stilted isn't so surprising. It's just the cast of the second film, there are more familiar faces, and I don't think you can beat Flynn, Niven and Rathbone. And by all accounts, you know, from Niven and others, they had a whale of a time making the film. So it sort of shows that you feel there's that very close, you know, they shared a house with each other. You feel there's the genuine comradeship that comes through. But again, they're actors, I'm sure they'll be able to represent that anyway. But there is a chemistry there that seems to work. So good film, a lot of odd anachronisms, slightly strange why they've set it in 1915, why they've got these later machine guns, why they talk in meters all the time. A bit contrived in the final mission, doesn't make a lot of sense, and certainly, you know, you wouldn't do that damage with a couple of little bombs. Nor would you know, send a single scout like this. But it's a good film, and it's a moving film as well. So I think that's got to rank high, and it's a particular favourite of mine. The Blue Max from 1966 is one of the real big ones when it comes to air warfare movies. I've got a particular fondness for it. It was actually the first film I bought on VHS tape when the family finally got a video cassette player, and I think I wore the tape out because I watched it lots of times. I was going through a phase where I was making more models of aircraft of First World War era as relaxation, and playing rather complicated war games with them, with a very complicated rule that they were up on coat hangers we'd bent and put them into these stands, but with these plastic kits didn't always balance too well, and they had a tendency to pitch forward and smash themselves to pieces, so the game sometimes had its problems. Anyway, the Blue Max is the first modern era colour First World War air movie that does this in any sort of style, and it really did do it in style. It was filmed in Ireland and would set the scene for these subsequent films like von Richtofen and Brown, Darling Lili, Zepellin, others using the same basic group of aircraft that were assembled for this. I think you can only ever see one Pfalz on screen at a time in this film, but looking around and reading, it's supposedly they had two, and certainly there are two later on by the time of von Richtofen and Brown. I don't see more than two Fokker D7s, but they're supposed to have had three for this film. They do have a couple of triplanes. You see those flying together in the scene where Starkel and Willy von Klugelmann fly off on their own and then do the very dramatic flying under the bridge bit, as they're basically challenging each other. Couple of SC5s that look very good, and then the rest of the British and the rest of the Germans, when required, are bulked out by Stamp, the Belgian aircraft, or the Tiger Moths, things like that. They're sort of mocked up a bit to look approximate-ish, all right in the background, though sometimes they appear in the thing. Unlike in von Richtofen and Brown, the SC5s are painted better, where just the underneath, on the underside, you have lighter, basically unpainted doped fabric, and just the fuselage is the dark green. I don't know why it's not like that in von Richtofen and Brown, and the one thought was that maybe if they'd painted them for Darling Lili in all these gaudy colours, they couldn't get the light effect, so they did the whole thing. I don't know. The Germans are all in lozenge pattern, and it's not quite an accurate lozenge pattern, in that the whole aircraft, in most cases, with the exception of a few badges, you know, Willy von Klugelmann has one, Heidemann, the squadron commander, has a red stripe on his. Basically speaking, all the aircraft are like that. Now, for continuity purposes, obviously that's a dream. There's no individual markings, so you can simply show a D7 doing anything and then cut to another scene of, it doesn't need to be the same D7 doing that. The lozenge pattern was something the Germans started to use, but it usually wasn't the entire aircraft like this, particularly with Scouts. Very often the fuselage would be a different colour. And I don't think I've never seen photographs of actual aircraft looking exactly like the ones in the films, but it is a very clear, distinctive look. It is a little bit surprising in that obviously German fighters were associated with gaudy, bright paint schemes, so that they didn't do that for this film. As I say, sensible as regards continuity, but as in some ways a little bit disappointing in terms of spectacle on screen, because you could have had something really colourful. The British are all just plain green. The SE5s tend to have red wheels. They don't have the strange roundels that you get in von Richthofen and Brown. So you have, it's based on a novel, but it changes a lot of the novel. Bruno Starkel, the main character, is, a 19-year-old, although already a bit of a drunk, utterly selfish, not a particularly pleasant character in the book, though sometimes other people are made to be even more unpleasant, therefore you sympathise with him a bit. In the film, it's George Peppard, who's mid-30s by the time he's playing this film, so very, very old for a fighter pilot. He starts off, you see him first in the trenches on the ground. He looks up when he's pinned down in a shell hole with bullets sort of pinging around, and sees aircraft fighting above him, and then you get this, it's a very dramatic score with it, occasionally a little bit discordant, but it's very powerful, where he obviously decides to join the flying corps and turns up as a pilot later on. So it starts in 1916 with him then, and then 1918 it resumes. So he joins this squadron as a lieutenant. Everybody, all the officers in this unit have ULAN uniforms. I think probably they're looking at photographs of von Richthofen and basing it on that. At least in von Richthofen and Brown, a few of them are not cavalry officers like this, and they have infantry tunics on. But it is a tendency that in nearly every film, any German fighter pilot is a ULAN, has that uniform. Another change they made, apart from the colour scheme, is that they have Maltese crosses, rather than the straight ones that were brought in the spring of 1918, became universal. I quite like the artistic choice. I think the Maltese crosses look better and make sure they scream out to you First World War rather than Second World War. But it's not accurate, but it's a pretty minor thing. So you have a lot of class tension. He is the outsider. His father worked in a hotel, whereas everybody else is an aristocrat. Now this is very artificial in that, in the first place, the Germans had far more non-commissioned pilots than even the British did. The British had a fair few. The French had some as well, but the Germans had quite a lot of them, and there doesn't seem to have been, certainly in the memoirs I've read, I've not got the impression of a great deal of tension. It was just taken as part of society that you had this, and certainly in the air they were considered to be just as good pilots as anybody else. So all of this is a bit artificial. I mean, they live in a chateau, they're generally having a nice life, they have these grand dinners. James Mason, a German general, turns up as the uncle of Willy von Klugelmann to inspect them. He's got Ursula Andress, his glamorous wife, turns up, and she's having an affair with the nephew. It's all a bit weird and kinky. And of course, he makes a mistake, meets Starkel. Starkel will have an affair with her as well. So you have all of that going on. And later on, you've got Heidemann, the squadron commander, who's actually made a pretty decent man in this film, if perhaps a little bit priggish at times, a little bit snobbish. But his wife is a hard-working nurse at home, and he's just desperate to get back to her, and she to him. You get quite a lot of air fighting in this. You get 6 main scenes of dogfighting, so that's pretty good going for one of these films, even though it's a longish film. You start off with his first mission. Starkel goes with Fabian, another pilot. Fabian's in a D7, Starkel's in the Pfalz, and they're sent to shoot down a British balloon. They get there, the balloon is taken out very, very easily. There's a couple of riflemen shooting up with 303s at them, but nothing really beyond that. So not well protected, which was not generally the case with balloons. though perhaps particularly the German balloons were exceptionally well defended. But again, it's nice you've got balloon busting. At least it's something a little bit different just from straightforward dogfights. You then have two SE5s bounce them. Fabian is shot down. Starkel's in trouble, being shot up. You then have a very nicely filmed and choreographed dogfight scene where they're flying very, very low, so you get more sensation of movement. And he manages to dodge around trees, come out behind the SE5 and shoot him down, and goes off doing a victory roll, and then can't find the wreck, so his victory isn't confirmed, even though he goes around searching for it, which gets his back up, the sense that the snobs, the aristocrats, are not treating him fairly. So it's more this, the outsider not accepted by the squadron. Goes on to that. You then have the next scene where he's flying in company with Willy von Klugelmann, who is even older than he is, and implausible for a fighter pilot in this period. There were a few exceptions of older men, but they're not compared to the cast of a film like this, where they're all a little bit long in the tooth. So they go off on patrol. It's all been about their flying in pairs. Nobody wants to fly with Starkel and Willy von Klugelmann, who's the ace of the squadron, who's just got his 20th victory. He gets awarded the Paula Merit, the Blue Max of the title. They spot a British two-seater. Again, it's a mock-up. It's not a proper one. It's the only British two-seater you see in the film, though it reappears as a German two-seater in the lozenge pattern and Maltese crosses on it a little bit later. You have sort of Klugelmann beckons Starkel to go forward and be my guest, you shoot it down. He charges in. You have quite a good dogfight with avoiding this. He then shoots the gun, and the gun is hit in the face and collapses, and then he decides to bring the aircraft in, so he's shooting to direct the pilot to make him turn that way and come into German lines. The excitement is he's bringing him in. As he's bringing the aircraft in, as it's about to land, the observer stirs, wakes up, reaches for the gun. Starkel, George Peppard, shoots the aircraft down. Both men are killed. And it's seen as, again, showing that he's, a real ruthless so-and-so. It's part of, again, there's all this friction between him and everybody else, at least at this stage. It's very nicely filmed. It's a little bit implausible, but, the odds are he'd just shoot the aircraft down in the first place, but he's got an eyewitness of Willy von Klugelmann to say, yes, he's got his victory. And it's never quite, we're left as the audience to make up our own mind whether the observer was actually blinded already, so couldn't have seen anything even if he had started shooting, and would have very little chance, or whether that happened in the last burst. But, and then he starts to become the publicity figure as the common man who's become a fighter pilot. James Mason develops this idea. And so you get, after this, it's in the introduction that we're about to be the Ludendorff offensive, the big March offensive. So you get the German barrage, you get the squadron takes off with bombs loaded up on the scouts to support the infantry attack. And this is quite a big scene. And you notice in this, and particularly in the later scene where they're attacking the column on the march, that there are SE5s painted up in German colours to bulk out the numbers. They attack. It's a very grand battle scene. It's not a desperately realistic one, so that, you have hordes of Germans pouring out of their trenches towards the British trenches. The squadron sweeps in, it drops bombs on the artillery, it machine guns the trenches. Generally speaking, German scout squadrons did not do this. They were not assigned to this role. There were specialist ground attack squadrons, but this wasn't something for the scouts. I've not found any evidence for German scouts carrying even light bombs in the way that the British fitted Cooper bombs. Racks for these to SE5s, Camels, Bristol fighters, almost everything as the war went on. So a little bit unrealistic. The other big thing is that as the Germans approach the British trenches, the British get out of the trenches and bayonet charge them, and there's a real big dust up. You half wonder, I think the Irish army provided extras for this, and it's rather like the battle outside the gates of Mordor in The Lord of the Rings, when the New Zealand army's in. You've got a lot of soldiers who are really going for it in this. Again, interesting aside, one of the people involved in developing these sorts of facilities for the film industry was Ginchi Dalton, a man who'd been one of Michael Collins's key players, but had also won the MC in France, so had been there through the First World War. So it maybe helps it looks pretty authentic. The Germans have number 4 Lee Enfield, so the later one, the Second World War one with the different muzzle, and the British have the proper First World War #3 Mark III, and the longer bayonet. But it's very stylized, but it's really impressive. I mean, it's a great piece of cinema. Then some British scouts turn up, and you see that Starkel's climbing up the list in his number of kills. The next one is a slightly contrived one where he's flying along and sees a red triplane about to be bounced by a couple of SE5s. As the one SE5 comes down to attack, Starkel goes in, saves the day, shoots it off the tail of the triplane, is in turn shot down, crash lands, jumps out before his falz blows up, is wounded, and then it turns out he's saved von Richtofen. Now, von Richtofen wasn't the type of man to be wandering around the front line on his own. That wasn't his job, and as we'll see in the other films we talk about him, he was a consummate professional, very much a team player and a team leader. He did a lot of the killing, but other people were there. They were fighting as a group because they were trying to fight a tactically and strategically sensible war with the resources they had. So that's a little bit contrived. You then have, Starkel is invited to join, transfer to Richtofen's unit, turns it down to make his name here, and Richtofen misunderstands this as loyalty. So after that, you go back. There's a bit in Germany, more sort of affairs. There's a bit where the commander's wife, who's a nurse, is called away, is given a sort of fresh apron to cover the bloodstains on her nurse's uniform, whilst they photograph her attending to Starkel, the wounded pilot from his squadron. And Starkel apologizes to her. She goes back to her real work of dealing with the genuine wounded. So as I say, he's much nicer than he is in the book. In the book, he really is a bit of a swine. When he returns to the front, you have the mission where he and Kugelmann get the triplanes. They get the 2 triplanes, and they go and escort a photographic aircraft. Again, this 2-seater that's been in the Flying Corps before is now serving as a German one with its lozenge pattern. Half a dozen SE5s come at them. They beckon. They send the 2-seater off to safety. Then they take on the SE5s. Starkel's guns jam. Kugelmann shoots down 2 of them, and the others disappear, decide this is too hot for them, and then he sort of shows off around Starkel. They start daring each other, so you get this flying low, and then, as I say, flying under a bridge, which is clearly done for real. It's remarkable footage and very impressive. Yeah, it's quite a big bridge, but nevertheless, to fly under that's great. So, and you get the marvelous the flock of sheep scattering. They do it now. Again, the landscape is definitely green and lovely Ireland. It isn't Flanders. It isn't the Somme. There's too many hedgerows. There's too many copses. It's a different type of landscape, but it's not too bad, and it's closer to northwestern Europe than the California hills are in some of the old black and white ones. But it's a nice scene. Eventually, Kugelmann mistimes it and crashes, and that's the end of their rivalry. You then have the final climatic dogfight where it's talked about the Americans are pouring troops into the breach in the front lines. The troops that we see seem to be British, in a column of trucks and men and horse-drawn limbers and guns and the like. Again, we get another ground attack job, and they're actually told by Heidemann, the commander, that they're not to engage in air combat. They're just to concentrate. Again, this is something that the Flying Corps, or by now the RAF, was doing during the March and April offensives. They did that awful lot of ground strafing and suffered appalling losses as a result, because it's very, very dangerous, and there's not much skill. Doesn't do much for you when you're being shot at by various machine guns on the ground and all sorts of unseen other firers at you. Again, read W.V. Yeats' Winged Victory. V.M. Yeats, not the poet. Winged Victory. That is superb about this, flying in a squadron with camels. I think 46 the author was actually in. And the number of times he's shot down and somehow survives, but that his friends are just going, and it's almost entirely from ground fire. So this is more something that the British did than the Germans. As I say, the Germans had some specialised ground attack squadrons, but on the whole, their ordinary scouts were not given these sorts of tasks because they were too precious. They just didn't have enough of them to do this, and you get complaints at various times in the diaries of German soldiers that they don't see their own air force that much. So it's a grand, spectacular scene, probably more Hollywood than history. And then they see British aircraft appear, and Starkle keeps gesturing to go up and fight them. The commander's saying no, so Starkle goes off, and the rest of the squadron follow him and leave Heidemann alone, flying off on his own. And this is when he shoots enough to get to 22 and qualify even with the 2 he's claimed from Willy von Klugemann to get the Blue Max. He shoots down 3 aircraft, and this is another grand dogfighting scene that's fairly similar to the others, and you have aircraft exploding and more of just the smoke coming out. So that's really the dogfighting within it, and it's pretty well done. On the other hand, after doing this ground attack where you've used up a lot of your ammunition, really the last thing you would want to do is climb up to confront an enemy that's got the advantage of height, so can dive down on you and convert that height into speed. So again, tactically makes no sense at all. There isn't really a lot in this film of, other than the Richtofen bit, where they are trying to stalk the enemy and surprise the enemy and creep up behind them. There is a tendency in this and in a lot of the films that come from the same stable for the 2 flights to come at each other and then break up into a dogfight. But again, that's an image we've had from lots and lots of our films right from the very beginning. And it did happen, but the canny flight leaders tried to maneuver into a position, and the aim was always to creep up behind the enemy and shoot him in the back before he knew you were there. That's how most of the kills occurred. There were people shot down in the dogfights, but often the dogfights were surprisingly lacking in lethality, because nobody had long enough to focus on shooting at any one, because there were so many others coming at you as well. So the real killers tended to occur in that initial phase, and you don't get a sense of that too much from the films. Now, it's partly because when you're filming in Ireland, you can see in all of these movies, whether it's the Blue Max, von Richtofen and Brown, Darling Lili, how cloudy it often is. This is good Irish weather, and like British weather, it tends to be on the damp side, it tends to be on the gloomy side, so that for continuity's sake as well between scenes, this obviously caused problems. But it comes back to that basic thing you get in all war movies, in that in reality you very often want to conceal yourself, particularly in the more modern eras as ranged weapons get more lethal. That doesn't work for cinema. Cinema wants to show everything. You want to see where the enemy are, hence the fact you'll get sort of almost human wave assaults in modern war films, which is clearly a absolutely suicidal way of doing things and not the way things actually happen. In air combat as well, you rarely get the sense of the sky as this vast expanse, all of which is dangerous, that an enemy could be lurking anywhere, that tiny speck that's just a reflection on somebody's wing as they turn slightly could within moments be somebody coming up behind you to blow your head off. That's very hard to convey, and they tend on the whole to try and go for dogfighting scenes that are easy to follow and make some sort of sense to the audience, rather than the suddenness of surprise attack and the sort of the hanging around, the maneuvering, the stealth. They're always looking around. One thing they do show in the better films is the pilots always scanning around and trying to spot the enemy before the enemy spots them. But beyond that, they can't really go much further. So the final scene is Starkle testing an experimental aircraft that's clearly supposed to be a sort of a Fokker E8, the monoplane that did come in small numbers at the end of the war. Heidemann, his commander, gets to fly it first when there's scandal because Starkle's broken up with Ursula Andress, and she's told the authorities that he said he claimed 2 victories that Klugelmann shot down and he didn't. So he's delayed. Heidemann goes off, realizes this thing is a death trap, and then James Mason tells Starkle to go off and fly it, because rather than a scandal, a dead hero is terribly convenient. It's very well done. It's the opposite way to the way it happens in the book. Starkle is the one who flies it first and realizes that it's safe, and Heidemann, who's turned out to be a thorough rotter by this time and has been using him for his own purposes to improve his own career, he's the one who goes off and gets killed in the accident. So Starkle survives, and I believe there's a couple of other books about him, I've not read them, by the same author, where he becomes a spy and things like that in a bit later on. But it's very dramatic cinema, because you see him sort of stunting around, and then you just hear the noise of a crack and the sound of an aircraft engine racing coming down, and James Mason sort of stamps Starkle's file with this finality as there's this explosion outside. So it's a good film, maybe slightly too long for its story. It's got some great flying sequences in it. History sometimes takes a back seat. It doesn't entirely reflect the air war, and again, it's this obsession with aces in particular. But it's a very good air combat movie, and it's not a bad representation of the First World War. And there's enough just about right aircraft or correct aircraft in it to give it a good rating. So one that's well worth a look, and I always enjoy it every time I sit down every couple of years and watch the thing again. So even though that's in spite of that rather too many viewings of the VHS, because for a while it was the only tape I had, and then stuff I recorded off TV. I didn't have a lot at first, and if I wanted to see a movie, it was there was a fair chance it was going to be the Blue Max. So I probably overwatched it at one time, but nevertheless a very good film. Darling Lili from 1970 is something of an oddity. This was Julie Andrews trying to do a change in her career away from the more wholesome My Fair Lady, Mary Poppins type of image. She plays a half-German, half-British spy for the Germans in the First World War, who is the sort of darling of the forces, a famous singer, but is also providing information to the Germans. She comes across Rock Hudson, who's a squadron commander of a scout squadron in the Royal Flying Corps, a dashing fighter ace, major, and so interspersed with the comedy, the romance, the espionage bit. That's all. I mean, generally the tone is quite light, but it's a very lavish film. I mean, the sheer scale of it is surprising when you go back and look at it, but it's so easy to forget there are actually quite a lot of very well done large-scale dogfighting scenes in this film. Now, this made use of the same stable, really, of aircraft from Ireland that had been created originally for the Blue Max and then developed since then by Paramount Studio. So although I think Blake Edwards, the director, didn't initially want to film in Ireland, they end up doing so, and they shoot a lot of footage, apparently far more than is actually used in the film itself. And you get this, it crops up in all sorts of other circumstances, especially in TV things or anything else that requires it. So there's bits of this film crop up elsewhere. So leaving aside the plot and the strangeness of it all, that you have Julie Andrews doing even a sort of fairly modest, but nevertheless a striptease and a sort of provocative dance on stage while singing in that incredibly clear-cut, wonderful voice. It's a strange thing where she's trying to prove, because she has a love rival for Rock Hudson, rather more bawdy French star Crepe Suzette. So she's trying to sort of appeal and show she can do that as well. It's, as I say, it's peculiar. But the flying sequences are pretty good. They have this group of essentially pretty accurate aircraft. This is the film for which they seem to have created these 7/8 scale SE5s to bulk out the couple that they had for the Blue Max. So you see larger groups, and you do get half a dozen proper looking SE5As taking off in formation while they're flying and then engaging them. It's generally about 6 aircraft on each side. The Germans have a couple of D7s, a Pfalz, and a triplane, and then sometimes they're bulked out by others. So I suspect some of the D7s that appear elsewhere may not have been available or may not have been in service at the time. You don't see any two-seaters or anything like that. The Germans, apart from the Red Baron's triplane, he appears in this in a triplane painted red with a white cowling. The other German aircraft are painted in the same schemes they've had in the Blue Max, so the lozenge pattern camouflage completing them all over, other than the underside of the wings. So they have a rather camouflage drab look to them. In contrast, it's the Royal Flying Corps who fly colourful planes in this. So the SU-5s are painted very gaudily. Rock Hudson flies this red and white checkered aircraft. Lance Percival's one is yellow, a sort of lemon lime yellow, and then the others have large decorative patches and different coloured stripes and things painted on the wings and fuselage. So not anything that the Royal Flying Corps actually allowed for squadrons in France. There's nothing like this during the period. Some of them do it after the war is over, and some of the home service squadrons and training squadrons sometimes have gaudily painted aircraft, though even then that's pretty rare. But generally speaking, whilst there was some resistance, some complaint about this, some of the pilots I think would have liked to personalise their aircraft more. However, most people end up flying more than one aircraft during their career anyway. So you can tell from the flavour of the film, it isn't aiming at deep historical accuracy, but as I say, the dogfighting sequences are very decently done. They're quite grand, they're quite spectacular. You have early on, when you're sort of introduced to Rock Hudson and Lance Percival and the others in the squadron, you see him, his prowess as an ace, shooting down a couple of D7s. Lance Percival gets bounced by one, is flying along. There's a very dramatic scene when he's flying along a canal, has to pull up quickly to avoid hitting a bridge, manages to avoid the German, finds his way back to the airfield. But you have the bit earlier on where he's drinking from a bottle, and as he's taking off, he starts taking swigs of whiskey, and the German, he realises the German is there behind him. When the German shoots, his bottle's shattered and all this other things. Again, gives you a flavour of the style they're doing. When he returns home, he flies between two trees, rips the wings off his SE5, keeps on going, runs through a hangar. So you have elements of slapstick in with this, but otherwise quite serious dogfighting. And some, interestingly enough, again, compared to the Blue Max, the SE5s have both the Vickers and a Lewis gun that's shown as operating and shooting. And you even see on a couple of occasions, which they did a little bit on the Blue Max, but less so, of strikes on the aircraft. Mostly it's just the usual smoke and bursts of gouts of flame. So you have that. You have a later one where in another dogfight, Lance Percival is shot down. To avoid pursuit, his aircraft rams into the top of a cluster of trees. He manages to climb down. Rock Hudson lands to rescue him, but there are German infantry rushing up, and Lance Percival starts legging it in the opposite direction. A nice touch, Rock Hudson gets out of his aircraft, reaches for the very light pistol, and shoots a flare to set into his aircraft to set light to it, which again was what pilots were supposed to do, so that the enemy wouldn't capture a serviceable aircraft. They manage to avoid capture, they evade the Germans pursuing them, they hide, they sneak up to the Red Baron's airfield, steal his triplane, Lance Percival clinging to the fuselage and the wings, and Rock Hudson takes off just as the Germans are starting to raise the alarm, and then, much to Lance Percival's dismay, turns around and shoots up the airfield, blows up lots of aircraft. It's all very spectacular. I mean, it's very pulp magazine and serial story. It doesn't doesn't go for reality at any point, but quite spectacular. And then you have a final one when Julie Andrews has been arrested, has been uncovered, but the Germans decide that she's changed sides and they're going to kill her, so they send Richtofen's squadron to strafe the train she's on. So you have First Order aircraft attacking a train remarkably accurately. Most of the bullets seem to fly into the compartment where Julie Andrews and co are being guarded. But people start piling out of the train, soldiers are shooting at rifles with the aircraft. It's again, it's not desperately realistic, but it's quite a nicely put together bit of a sequence. And then Rock Hudson and the Flying Corps turn up. You have a dogfight, some Germans are shot down and the Germans are chased off, all around this train. So again, it's very, very grand. There is an epic feel to aspects of this film, which again, it doesn't quite fit. I think the whole thing was just a little bit too odd and went well over budget, and it just didn't quite gel. Nobody really knew what to make of this. And it's very hard for somebody as established as a certain type, like Julie Andrews, to change and do something else. And this is sort of something else, but not entirely something else. But anyway, from our point of view, there are some quite well done dogfighting sequences that crop up in other films, in other TV appearances, with the same basic sort of group of aircraft that have been assembled for the Blue Max. So a bit of an oddity, even in the extent that it's the British aircraft that are multicoloured and the Germans that are all drab and lozenge-shaped camouflage, but some quite well done scenes. So it's worth a look, but it is odd. Zepellin is just warrants a very brief entry in this because obviously it's primarily about Dirty Great Zeppelin. 1971 is very much the same time as the von Richtofen and Brown, Darling Lili, it's that same group, and using the same aircraft because as the Germans are trying to escape having stolen some of the treasures of Britain or whatever it is, I can't quite remember, that have been hidden in a valley somewhere. It's a convoluted plot, and it doesn't quite work as a film, so I haven't watched it for years. It's got Michael York in it, and that's nice. I actually I met him a couple of years ago at a literary festival, a writers' festival in California, and it was just seemed a very nice chap, and was talking about how there's some Welsh blood in the family line, and he was quite proud of that. So when he knew I came from Wales, and talking about Dylan Thomas and this sort of thing. So and I love the Musketeers films, which I think he was slightly sniffy about when I mentioned those, perhaps because in the last one where they ended up with the tragic death of Roy Kinnear. So, but it was just interesting to talk to someone who'd done all these movies and listen to some of their stories. I think this was filmed probably just before von Richtofen and Brown, but round about the same time, and they come up with SE5 replicas. It's the same basic aircraft they have available, but they don't need the German ones, they only need the British ones. So you get the new experimental aircraft that are not named but are clearly SE5s, are brought out because they hope they can get to the height to reach the Zeppelin, which they do, and you have a battle where they attack it. German machine gunners are shooting, and quite a few of them get shot down. That always bothered me as a kid. It felt that the British were getting a bit of a pasting, whereas frankly this was a dirty great gas bag that was just waiting to explode. But it needs to explode or catch fire late enough that our heroes can arrive on, I think it's the Dutch coast, so they can get into neutral territory and be safe. It's a little bit contrived. Again, by the time SE5s are around, your Zeppelins are just not going to be able to wander over Britain. They're still used at sea, and you have the case, the Sopwith Camel they've got in the Imperial War Museum was one that was to be launched from a ship and shot down a naval Zeppelin. But it's early on. They only really survive when there aren't aircraft with the performance to get up to that height and shoot them, because they're incredibly vulnerable. All the later raids are by Gothas and then Starker and the other big German multi-engine bombers. So, as is so often the case, and seems to be particularly true of these films from this, the setup in Ireland, there were accidents, there were fatalities as a result, so it seems to have been a pretty dangerous business. I've not ever seen the Peter O'Toole film, The Stuntman, which I think buys into this to some extent, but and couldn't find it on disc anywhere convenient, so I'm afraid that one doesn't make this list unless I find it before I actually finish putting all these videos together. So it's fine, it's impressive. They do show the aircraft sort of struggling to reach the height, but reality would have been that they would have shot it down pretty easily, and it's only a fairly short, it's the climax of the film, so it's a set piece there, but it isn't really a big theme. It's not a film primarily about aircraft in the First World War, so hence the brief mention, but no more than that. Now, von Richtofen and Brown from 1971, I think must rank up there as the First World War movie with the most flying and dogfight sequences in it. It runs right the way through the film, from the very beginning where you see Richtofen just in his Pfalz, I think standing in for an albatross, chasing a horse and getting some leaves and branches caught in his undercarriage. Again, not quite the incident, but there's some element of truth from that. In most respects, the story is fanciful, particularly making Roy Brown the sort of principal adversary. And you have him serving in 24 Squadron under Lano Hawker from early on, presumably from 1916, late 1916, and right the way through, whereas in fact he was in the RNAS, the Royal Naval Air Service, although by the time of when he does shoot, or at least is involved in the dogfight with Richtofen, and by then you formed the RAF, so the RNAS has been amalgamated with the Royal Flying Corps, the RFC. He's not as major a figure as that, and they sort of use him to represent, Richtofen represents the past, aristocracy, traditions of chivalry, which you have to some extent reflected by his British counterparts like Hawker, like the commander of the squadron. I haven't quite caught his name in the whole thing. I think he refers to him as the old buffer or the old fossil or whatever in charge of the squadron. the idea of toasting your enemy, not attacking under certain circumstances, not using decoys, all this sort of thing, not attacking the airfields, and this sense that, what do they say when the British have come over and strafed the German airfield, and it's like the trenches, and they brought the trenches to us. Is it Udet or someone like that? It's supposed to say. So you have this sense of the grimness, making war a serious business about killing, and that's what's happening to everyone. All these ideals from beforehand are degenerating, but then later on you have Brown talking and saying, well, maybe we needed to believe in something more than this. Maybe this isn't just enough. It can't just be about killing. So there's all that theme to the story that I'm not sure entirely works, but fits with the late 60s, early 70s film, struggling to understand this. And you get, the Richtofen. There are elements where it draws on reality, but there's lots of different. I mean, the biggest thing, obviously, is John Philip Law is a heck of a lot taller than the real Richtofen. Most fighter pilots were not big men, and if you look at First World War aircraft, you can also understand why. It's pretty cramped anyway. If you were 6 foot plus, you really would struggle, and there were some who did that, but on the whole, they tended to be quite sort of medium height or shorter. And that followed through to a lot of the fighter pilots of the Second World War as well, were not necessarily particularly big men. So what do you have? You have the same effectively stable of aircraft kept in Ireland, originally put together for the Blue Max and then used in Darling Lili, used in this film as well. And with all of these, the footage that they produce gets reused in lots of other movies and TV series as well. So you have the Germans with, I think by this time, 3 Fokker D7s. You certainly see 3 in the frame. You only ever see 1 triplane in this. They had 2 in the Blue Max, and presumably a second was still around, but you don't see it. Richtofen is the only one to fly a triplane. Now, while he, with Werner Voss and I can't remember the other chap's name, got one of the 3 sort of working prototypes, the F model that was sent to the front in later 17 for experimentation, the one in which Voss would be killed in that remarkable fight against most of one flight of 56 Squadron, including several aces, McCudden, Rhys Davis, and how difficult it was for them to shoot him down. It's one of those remarkable things that in many ways would make a good movie. I'm not sure, they've sort of changed it a bit to, I suppose the Great Waldo Pepper is a little bit inspired by that, but anyway, we'll deal with that film. You have the other German aircraft are Tiger Moths, Stamps, the Belgian things, sort of painted in appropriate colors, modified a bit, given machine guns. In this they get twin machine guns, whereas in the Blue Max they only seem to have a single one, partly because they're depping both for British aircraft and German aircraft. It starts off with everything in a colour scheme of dark wings and greyish, silverish fuselage. So that's not too far away from some of the real colour schemes for the Pfalzes. The Pfalz D3 often had this sort of pale white, silverish look to it, but perhaps with coloured wings, perhaps not. They're all like that. It's not quite authentic. Again, they should all be, when Jasta 2 is formed under Bulker, they should have the Albatros D1, some of the D2s come in quite quickly, and then move on from that to the various versions of it, with occasional other fighters coming in as well. But that was always the staple, but they don't have any Albatros for this, or Albatri was the expression at the time, from the British point of view. They don't come in much. They weren't around to be used by this. So the Pfalz is a very similar looking aircraft, close enough for this. So it's not authentic, and then they go to the point where they're sent an order that they're to disguise the shape of the machines with multicolored paint, and they go all out flying circus, with some reasonably authentic ones, though not necessarily flown by the right pilot. Richtofen going red from the start rather than partly red. There never was a point where the Germans seem to have had considerably more freedom to paint their aircraft from quite early on, something that is nearly always denied to the British and the French. and the Americans. The Allies just don't do this. Home defense squadrons in the British and training squadrons sometimes get a bit more flamboyant, but you have Gwilym Lewis with the Artful Dodger, his SE5 with sort of black and white struts and some other bits of decoration, but that's about as far as it goes, and that's pretty rare. Occasionally you have a personal symbol, but mostly it's just squadron insignia, squadron letter or number, and the standard doped fabric, which does appear to have changed a little bit. You get Cecil Lewis in Sagittarius Rising describes the chocolate brown aircraft. To some extent, the sheen of the dope reflected whatever they were against. So against earth it could look brown, or against grass it could look greener. But there were several different types, so there probably were different shades, but on the whole it goes more toward darkish green as the war goes on, becomes standard, and that's pretty much what you get, with the exception of the Newports that were silver. Particularly the early ones. So the British aircraft in this film are SE5s, and I'm not sure. I know I've read that Paramount, the studio, had commissioned some 7/8 scale replicas. So they had SE5s that were the right shape but a little bit smaller. I think some of these had already been done and were in this film as well, because when you look, sometimes the pilot just seems a bit big. It doesn't quite look right. It's okay, but it doesn't quite look right. So I suspect, because they seem to have half a dozen of them, whereas in the Blue Max there are only 2 proper SE5s, and the rest tend to be, Stamps or Tiger Moths that are filling in the numbers. So you have that. You also have, I'm sure when I was a kid and I first saw this film on television, on an old black and white portable television, when we were, I think, a rainy day in our caravan on summer holiday, I'm sure I saw this film on the television then, and I saw a slightly different version. You've got to be careful with this because memory isn't always reliable, and sometimes a couple of films will blur into one. But I'm sure I remember Richtofen shooting down a 2-seater or 2. And I also vaguely remember when I was a student in Oxford, a book that I wish I'd bought but didn't, a collection of short stories about flying for movies and stunt flying, written by someone who was part of this, talking about this film and being up there in, I think it was a pair of 2-seaters, again, not genuine First World War ones, but mocked up ones, and how, he sort of felt the sense of how vulnerable he must have been as artillery cooperation, photographic, somebody flying an RE-8 or the like, pootling along over the front line, waiting and just hoping the Germans don't come up for you, because there's not a lot you could do about it, and even worse with the BE-2 before that. So I wonder if there's been more than one version of this film, but the one I've seen more recently on disc, and I've got a Blu-ray version that I think is the Spanish edition. Is it Spanish or Italian? Can't remember anyway. It's somewhere Mediterranean, where you just switch on to the English and you get a nice version of the film, nice print of it. There's none of that in that. You get the little bit early on where you have an SE5 painted with French roundels, because Richtofen's first victory was French aircraft. But I'm sure, looking at it when I watch this again, at least in the Blu-ray, there's at least one shot of a Vic of SE5s, British aircraft, flying up, and at the rear is a 2-seater. So I do think they had them, and I suspect, as in a lot of these cases, the footage, those scenes got cut. But I just wonder if I did see it, or was it in my imagination? I don't know. Anyway, the story is essentially, you have some quite good stuff early on with Bolker as the instructor, training Richtofen. You have a squad where they put all the famous Germans. So you've got Werner Voss, very interesting as a Jewish fighter race, got the Paula Merit. You have Ernst Udet, you have Lothar von Richthofen comes in a bit later on, you have Hermann Göring as well, who's clearly set up as a dodgy character from the start, though sometimes he reacts against Richthofen's chivalry, and you can sort of see there's an element where he's reacting in the same way that Brown might, but as it goes on he gets more and more sinister. So you have lots of whirling dogfights. You have, at one point, Bilker's trying to instruct them, so it's things like, never fly for more than 30 seconds in a straight line, look at the sun, use your thumb to block it out as you go there, know the stalling speed of your aircraft, know the strength of the fabric. It does reflect, the Bulker they have is a lot older than the man himself. I think was 26 when he was killed. And again, Richtofen's a man in his mid-20s. So it's the usual thing, the cast is much older than the people they represent. and in most cases a bit taller and better looking. Again, there's that nice scene in The Great Waldo Pepper where they talk about this. So you have that, you have their early encounters. Richtofen starts to shoot people down. He's flying, and it's one of those, like a lot of these films, sometimes what he's flying flips scene to scene in the same dogfight. He could be in a Pfalz, then in a Fokker T7, as they're engaging. Again, it's lots of combats with SE5, so they're always facing other scouts. You never, despite what I've said, you never, in the cut that I've seen now, you never see any two-seaters. He just shoots down lots of fighters, and it's very much... it's whirling combats. You rarely get the surprise, the dive down, shoot someone in the back, pull away, the sort of dive and zoom attack. It tends to be more bursts of fire. You get close, but again, Bulka gets to emphasize that you need to get close, make your shots count. So that's quite interesting. That's reflective of the history. You then have the accident where Bulka is struck by the undercarriage, his plane of another fighter's. Richtofen was involved in that. He was charging through perhaps a little bit recklessly, still as a young pilot. In the film, it's him. He's the one who actually collides. In fact, it wasn't. But again, I can sort of see from an artistic point of view, dramatic point of view, and to reduce your number of characters. And Bulka is killed. That was one of the cases where the British dropped a wreath to a gallant enemy. So you have that. Richtofen gets appointed partly for political reasons to command the Aster, and it goes on for that. It's a little bit vague. Later on he talks about his 30 or 40 pilots, so you get to the whole group of squadrons rather than the single Aster, but it's all kept a little bit vague. Brown arrives, doesn't fit in, doesn't drink, won't toast one Richtofen. You then have the Richtofen against Hawker fight. Now Hawker's in an SE5, and he waves chivalrously towards Richtofen, which again he's supposed to have done in their last fight, but remember in his last fight he was flying a DH2 and didn't really have much chance against an Albatross that's about 20 miles an hour faster, which is a big difference when you're talking max speed of about 90 and max speed of 110 to 115, and two guns instead of one, and the fact that you're fighting over the German lines, the wind's against you, so you're really going to have trouble getting home from this. So he then, Richtofen, after this sort of chivalrous wave, looks at him slightly strangely, flies behind and shoots him in the back of the head. So you have that shock. So you have bits of this. You'll have then lots of whirling dogfights. And again, while I like the aerial stuff, you could say, if anything, there's a problem in this film, there's almost too many, too similar dogfights. You get the case where Richtofen gets wounded again this is the one where Brown suggests that they use a decoy, that he acts as bait. The rest of the flight stays up high, and when the Germans take the bait, they swoop in. And then, again, this sort of thing's been going on really since 1915, and it's nothing new. It's rather artificial to suggest they're starting off doing this sort of thing. This is the fight where they have Richtofen getting wounded, a bullet chipping the top of his head. That actually happened attacking FE2s, these big two-seater pushers, these by this time pretty antiquated, obsolescent aircraft that had helped in 1916 win air dominance for the Royal Flying Corps, because you could fire forward. This is before they developed effective synchronization, so that your bullets didn't hit your own prop. And during this fight, he's chipped, but he manages just about to retain enough consciousness that he can land rather than... they have a fight over, he lands in the front lines, and there are some British Tommies come up and exchange shots with Germans until a couple of them are killed, and they pull back, and when the Germans see him, it's von Richtofen, this is important, and one of them points out it's just cost a couple of our lads as well to get him out. It didn't happen that way. He was behind the lines. Again, because of this defensive nature of the war the Germans had to conduct, they don't fight over the front lines that much. It does a bit in the offensives, it had a bit of Cambrai and some of the other attacks, but in the main they wait for the RFC to come to them, because the British obligingly do that, and they fight a clever war through this strategic necessity, rather than behaving in the same way, because they simply never have the numbers to deal with the Royal Flying Corps and French squadrons as well. So you have That, and in that fight, I think Voss gets shot down again. That's not how it happened, and that would be a marvelous scene to film. There is that nice, was it Dogfights documentary that tried to do it with CGI. While he's away, Brown has another bright idea, and this is, let's attack the airfield. And the other pilots, by now, they realise this is the way to win. This is, we'll go with his ideas. We'll be more ruthless. We won't bother with chivalry and saluting the enemy. And they raid the airfield, come in low, drop bombs, machine guns, strafe. The Germans are woefully ill-prepared. Again, this is something, airfield attacks have been normal for a couple of years. We're supposed to be in late 17, early 1918. This is nothing new. It was nothing that needed anyone to think too much about. It's made more sinister because they knock out all the aircraft, but they shoot up, including May, the fellow Canadian friend of Roy Brown that's involved in the final dogfight. He's arrived. He ends up dropping bombs on what proves to be the hospital. And then there's the argument, well, the recording officer is saying, well, did you see any Red Cross markings, any clear indication this was a hospital? It was too much smoke, I couldn't, and then it wasn't a hospital, shocking the colonel. So you have this, it's a very dramatic scene, and it is the sort of thing that was done. It became increasingly common in 1918 as the Flying Corps RAF just had the numbers and started to achieve the dominance, and you get these organised raids with Camels at the lower level, SE5s above them, Bristol fighters on top, so you could protect against any intervention and harry the Germans as much as possible. Again, it's this, the numbers really turn in the Allies' favour as 1918 goes on. Richtofen arrives back from being his convalescence, decides that fortunately a delivery of aircraft from Fokker, you've already had a bit where he's shown a Fokker triplane painted silver. It's almost as if it's a sort of metal thing, which of course it isn't, and shown around by this torch singer who's sort of sung a very brief breathy song beforehand, and then she sort of creates a bit like those strange, I don't know whether they do it anymore, hopefully not, the game shows where they used to have these hostesses sort of pointing at things. It's a little bit like this, and then they're implied to have a bit of a fling. The real Richtofen, none of, there aren't any affairs recorded for him. Poor chap didn't really have a lot of time. He then leads his squadron. They put the aircraft together, and this is the first time you see him flying the triplane. They go back and raid the British airfield, do exactly to them what the British have just done to them. This was not a common German thing. Again, they didn't have the numbers to do this. Ground attack was very rare for most of the Jastas, the fighter squadrons. By 1918, they formed several specialist ground attack squadrons with, in some cases, armoured aircraft. You get the Junkers that comes in, the monoplane. There's also, if you go to the Smithsonian Air and Space, the bit on the Mall in Washington, D.C., they have a gas mask designed to fit with the flying helmet. So, very efficient, the sense that if you were flying down low, you might be coming into clouds of gases. I mean, what the heck it would do to your visibility, whether anybody actually wore it, but at least the concept is there. But this sort of airfield attack, I can't think of any examples of this happening at all. And most of the ground attack was focused on supporting the front lines. It's almost, in a sense, the origins of what will become the Luftwaffe in 39-40. Direct support, which the RFC are doing as well. It's partly, that's like tanks, is where they've got the idea from, because they've been on the receiving end of it and know how disruptive this can be. So they shoot this out, and this is, the British have, for some reason, decided to have this grand garden party, and they've got nurses there and pretty women from the villages. They're having a dance. There's a band, and they all get ruthlessly shot up. The accordion player dies with the musical element. It's like the tuba player, isn't it, in the Wild Bunch that gets shot instead of William Holden, because he gets in the way, or in various films, particularly films about the 1812 War or something, that names I can't remember, the Yul Brynner one, where a Scottish regiment attacks and the bagpipers sort of get shot and their pipes deflate. It's that sort of cinematic thing, a trope really. So you have all of that, and this is where it gets particularly grim, and the whole sort of war is hell and ruthlessness is just getting worse and worse. This is a scene where you have Hermann Göring machine gunning nurses. It's a very disturbing image. It is rather grim, and it again, I think perhaps one of the reasons why the film didn't quite do so well is it's just a bit jarring. It's a bit, it doesn't seem to fit. You're not quite sure in the end what message they're trying to send, but it's again, you don't have these big parties at airfields, and certainly not in this case. And the flying corps would generally, as in all these movies, they seem to get an awful lot of time off. And instead of flying several patrols a day or several other missions, in some cases in the heights of the offensive, they'd be flying 4 or 5 times, especially in the long summer days. They basically do something and then they seem to hang around talking and entertaining themselves for a while. So the idea of this grand party, it's all very contrived, rather artificial, which leads you up to the final dogfight where May will be shot down, but then Brown will shoot down Richtofen, and after that Hermann Göring is brought back, who's been led away to be kept safe. They've approached these sort of sinister men behind the scenes. The proto-Nazis have approached von Richthofen to pull him out of the front line and keep him so that he could help Fokker design the aircraft of the future for the next war, which he refuses, like decent chap he is. So he goes back, fights, gets killed, and Hermann Göring takes over, and we all know how bad that's going to turn out. Though again, he led the fighter group with considerably distinction, capability. He was an accredited ace in his own right. This was before he got quite so obese, and whilst not the most admirable man at any point, this is the part of his life where you can see a reasonably normal, fairly decent person. Fairly, I think the qualification is important. So it's an interesting film. It's got the most dogfights around. The aircraft are pretty good, not accurate for 1916, early 17. The British have just got SE5s. That's all they ever have. There's a nice bit with Brown where they're talking about these are new ones, and he corrects them. No, that's the 200 horsepower Hispano-Suiza. That can do this, but these aren't. These are the 190s or the 180s. I don't know if it was the Vosper or whatever. Anyway, one thing people often forget with the First World War aircraft is that many of the same designs were developed, and with different engines in them, the performance was significantly different. So that it used to bug me with some of the computer games I remember playing when I first had a computer, and these things around in the 90s, Red Baron 2 and things like that. As soon as an aircraft became available, you got it in the perfected form. So April 1917, if you're German, you're suddenly facing loads of SE5s that can go 135 miles an hour. The early ones didn't. 120. The early ones were comparable in performance to an Albatros, not better. The later ones became significantly better. That's when they've improved it and up-engined it. Similarly with the Fokker D7, the early ones, I can't remember if it's the BMW or the Mercedes, but one of them had a better engine that comes in a bit later and is faster. So we sometimes simplify because it looks basically the same, but there was a lot more variation. So lots of dogfighting, not too much very accurate history, very much a war of scouts, fighters fighting against other scouts and fighters. And in this case, it's the same 2 squadrons fighting each other nearly all the time. Occasionally mention of others, but basically every time they go out, they meet each other. And they don't meet anybody else. So it's a very artificial view of the war, but, it's got its moments. I'm including the great Waldo Pepper, because I like it as a film. I just think it's very entertaining, even if it's quite grim and sad in many ways, even though you've got the light-hearted bits as well. But it's a movie obviously about the 1920s. It's about the barnstormers, and then the early days in Hollywood, of Waldo Pepper, the Robert Redford character, who had served in the First World War, but only in America. He'd been kept back. He was such a good pilot. He'd been kept back to train others. He'd never got to the front. He's this frustrated would-be ace, and he's become particularly obsessed with this action between the German ace and Kessler and an American squadron, where Kessler took on 5 of them, shot down 4, and then sees that the last one, the experienced American pilot, his guns have jammed, he's hammering away at them, flies alongside him, waves instead of killing him, and goes off. And so he keeps telling the story as if he was part of this, and you see him trying to impress is it Susan Sarandon or someone like that at the I can't remember now, the girl he's trying to chat up early on from the start, and it comes into a thing when eventually he meets Kessler. So it's mostly about flying. That's not about the First World War, although they're talking about it. But it comes to the point where he ends up, after his various accidents and fatalities, he ends up managing to get work under an assumed name as a stunt pilot in a Hollywood film about Kessler and this fight. So you get him. They get to fly some First World War aircraft within it, and he goes in first. We're running footage from wings of crashing sort of SPAD or SPAD type aircraft for part of this fight. And he's sort of saying, oh, no, this isn't right. Look, the squadron, they didn't fly SPADs. They didn't fly SE-5s. He sees one of those over there. And, the director comes out with this line. I can't quite remember it exactly, but, I'm not interested in accuracy. This is art. I'm delivering the truth, which is the sort of guff that many people within the industry will tell you, that something that isn't actually true is apparently truer than facts. But it helps to highlight a lot of the things we've talked about here, a lot of things I've talked about elsewhere in the video I did on the Odyssey that sparked all sorts of emotions. Often from a historical perspective, historians, you'd like things to be really accurate. When it's based around real people, real events, you'd like it to be close, to give an idea. You'd like them to look the part, you'd like them to have the right costumes, uniforms, equipment, whatever it might be, and do, broadly speaking, what happened in reality, what they did, what they said, not be something completely fanciful just with the names used. And you can accept artistic license, some element of simplification for the benefit of the story, but you'd like your priority would be to emphasize much more the accuracy than necessarily just the storytelling. Whereas a lot of people within the film industry, television, within fiction as well, will want to come with as far as they're concerned, they've decided the story is what matters, and it's their story that they want to tell, and they feel very strongly within them. And this is, it's completely understandable. It is part of when you are creating something, which is what you are doing with any of these things. You tend to end up with a very strong idea of what you want it to be, what matters to you, what you care about. So it's quite nice in this film that they sort of touch on that, because after this, Redford notices this sort of plumpish, disheveled fella sitting, hat back on the back of his head, buttons not quite doubly done up, suit that's a bit too tight, doesn't quite fit, or he's getting a bit fat. This sort of short, balding bloke who turns out to be Ernst Kessler, the fighter pilot who's since then been a barnstormer in America. All of which is inspired by Ernst Udet, the highest scoring German ace to survive the war. Richtofen shot down more but was killed, who did go off to Hollywood and appeared in some of these films. And interestingly enough, in his memoir that talks about this thing, somebody approached him saying, we'd like to do a film about von Richthofen, and he decides, no, I don't think they're good enough to do that. I don't think they do it justice, do him justice. So he said, no, bad idea. Later on, he goes back and helps form the Luftwaffe, and shoots himself because it doesn't always go very well. So you've got that element. But the nice thing is Redford sort of goes up and is in awe, talking to his hero, someone he's fascinated by, and Kessler knows him because of an accident earlier on, and knows his reputation as a flyer. You also have the other thing that, you're in the movie. Although, no, I'm the historical advisor. Not that they listen to me and saying, you're completely right about this, although you probably know more about this fight than I do because it was over very quickly for me. It is nicely done, the way he talks about it. They sort of talk it through while they're just out on this Hollywood airfield, with the Hollywood Hills there. It looks like the sort of thing they used in Dawn Patrol in Wings and the like, and all those others, early with Hell's Angels. He talks about the fight and the actions and flying, and but before that, Redford has said to him, well, of course you must be playing yourself, and he says, no, and points over there, and there's young, handsome, taller actor in a German uniform. This is the Kessler of the movie. And he says, well, if you're the audience, who looks like the man who shoots down 70 enemy planes, is the dashing hero? Is it him, or is it this middle-aged bald guy that I've become? He says you can understand why they're doing it from box office point of view, which again comes back to this thing we've talked about so often, is that a lot of our characters, a lot of the actors that have played these people are much taller, better looking than many of the fighter pilots were, and often a bit older as well. They're not the young kids, but they're not also, they tend to be bigger. These aircraft are quite small, quite cramped. Generally speaking, the larger you were, the less comfortable you were. So, well, there were some tall, big pilots. Many of them were actually quite small. So it brings together so nicely themes we've talked about, of this sense of what do you want to present on screen. It's do you want the reality, do you want the accuracy, or do you want something that's a lot more glamorous, a lot easier to understand, a lot more what the audience would expect. So I like that sort of, it's quite a long scene where he meets and they're just talking, and again there's that pervasive sense of sadness about it all, that they're both coming to the end of the road. And he talks about, he looks at the triplane, because they've got, and they will fly these, they've got a Fokker triplane, they've got a Sopwith Camel, and then Newport or one of those Belgian Hanriot or whatever, they've got another aircraft as well that you see flying, as well as the camera ship. Again, it's a bit like Udette. You've got the element of, he's got Lola painted on it. Who was Lola? Or my first wife. I've had three, and but somehow she's the face I still look for in a crowd. That very poignant line. So it's really nicely played. It's well written. It's just an interesting piece of cinema, even though it's all fictional, because what happens later is not what happened to Udette. There wasn't a great Waldo Pepper, because they decide that they first of all film a shot where Waldo's friend is parachutes out of an aircraft that's shot down. So you see the process, the triplane comes behind, you see the flames from the gun. So you see a movie being made, but it's like the movies we've watched in all the same thing. The smoke, switches on the smoke in the thing, and then bails out. And obviously it's a dummy thrown out, rather than the pilot jumping out and abandoning a single-seater Scout. That the parachute does open at the end, and he manages to survive, because he's just about to get married and all this sort of thing. And then the next day, when they're filming the final dogfight between the last of the Americans, the flight leader, Madison, I think the character is, the real figure is supposed to be called, that Redford is flying for, in the Sopwith Camel with a red cowling, and it's a real, good-looking reconstruction of a Sopwith Camel, just like a triplane. It's so rare to see camels at all in movies, because not so many survive, because they were tricky to fly and they tended to crash. There are more SE5s about, and SE5s have been easier to build and to fly for the stuntmen in these, and stunt pilots in these films. But it's nice to see a camel, and they start to do the dogfight, and they basically wave at each other, and they go off, and then they fight each other. They obviously haven't got bullets in the guns, so they're trying to ram each other. And then eventually, with both aircraft damaged, they sort of fly off into the clouds, into the mist, into the end, and it ends with the pictures of various real flyers and some others, and when they were killed, and then it's Waldo Pepper at the end of it. So not a First World War film as such, but got some lovely scenes in it, some nice aircraft, and it just fits within this mood. I thought I had to, and I really like, because it sums up so much of what we've been talking about, that the different priorities, that those enthusiasts for history, we'd always like things to be 100% accurate, or at least as close to that as possible, whereas other people are starting with, I want this to be what I think is a really good story, a really good movie, a really good TV show, and I will use as much of that history, that accuracy, as I feel serves that purpose, rather than and is respectful. And you hope that somewhere in between the two you end up with something that's both a good film and satisfying enough to the historians, and every now and again it happens. But it's just one of those nice movies. I hadn't seen it for years. I actually got a DVD copy of it in the same place I got the DVD of The Light Horseman, in this Australian sort of garage with a small shop in the middle of, was it New South Wales or so? It was right out in the middle. No, they just happened to have it for a couple of dollars. And it wasn't the best copy, but it was the first time I'd seen it for years. And since then, Amazon in the UK has a very nice print of it you can get. So it's just it's a movie I have great fondness for. I can't watch it too often because it is really sad, but it's a nice film. It's an interesting film, and it's got just enough of a connection that it's worth including it here. Now, with Aces High, this is a film I actually saw in the cinema as a small boy. It was made in '76. It may have been '77 by the time I got to see it. Films seem to take a bit longer to get to the British cinemas, and especially the quieter ones, the ones away from the centre of the city. They might be up to about a year late. They'd hang around. But I remember being taken, my brother and I, our father took us out to see this, and I remember being excited from the beginning. And there was a poster up with very dramatic pictures of aircraft, and then loving the film. It's quite surprising now, because obviously some of it is quite adult, really, in its sense, but to the, I must have been 7 or 8 when I saw it. Loved every minute of it. I remember spending weeks, months probably later, drawing lots of pictures of biplanes. They have, some of the models they use are a bit like Halberstads, and others look like the Pfalz and this sort of thing. And I had a couple of picture books, and one with transfers on about the Red Baron, so I was copying the drawings of the pictures of aircraft in that, and obviously what I had in my plastic model kits and things like that. So I remember it very much, and it had a big influence on me. So I have a particularly soft spot for this film. Thinking about it from the point of view of attitude today, how it represents air warfare in the First World War, how it represents dogfighting. It's quite odd. I mean, I think I just bought the main things as being SE5s. They've basically, they've got 2 of the Belgian, the stamp. It looks a lot like a Tiger Moth, but I think it has a tail wheel, whereas the Tiger Moth doesn't, or the other way around. There was a very good display of 4 of them doing sort of aerobatics and barnstorming type stuff at doing the rounds. I saw it at the Eastbourne Airbourne show last summer. It's quite impressive. There's something about biplanes, as I've mentioned before, I just like the look of the things. So they mock them up to look like reasonable SE5s. Then there's a Fokker Eindecker, a replica that appears in a few of the scenes. So that's pretty good, though, given that we're supposed to be 1917. You wouldn't be flying one of those by this time. You have then other generic biplanes painted in gaudy colours. You can see quite clearly, again, looking at it on the Blu-ray, you can see, I didn't notice in the cinema, and it wasn't so sharp on the DVD, that when the squadron goes off, 76 Squadron, and the film goes off, and their balloon busting attack, that's the climax of the film. There are 3 proper SE5s. The other aircraft in the back in the other flight are just the AN others, but you only really see them in silhouette, so it doesn't really matter. There's an Avro they use for it as the reconnaissance aircraft. Again, by 1917, these were solely used for training. They were very stable. They were the sort of first proper aircraft somebody would get to fly. They weren't using them at the front. They had been used a little bit in 1914. They're part of that initial Royal Flying Corps that goes across to France early on in the reconnaissance role, but by this time they were far too slow, far too stable to be used as frontline aircraft. So the story is something of an odd mix, because it's based on the play Journey's End, but then they've turned that instead. That's obviously somebody in 1918, the fellow with his idolized house captain arriving at the company on the front just before the big German Ludendorff offensive that is the climax of the play. So you mix that, which talks a bit about what an officer does, about class, relations with the other ranks, how you deal with death. You have the officer whose nerve is going. It transfers it to the Royal Flying Corps, predominantly taking scenes and ideas from Cecil Lewis's Sagittarius Rising, one of the real classic accounts of the First World War in the air, and well worth the read. It's marvellously written, apart from being so detailed. And he did 3 tours at the front, with, first of all, in Moran Parasols, as a reconnaissance pilot, then in 56 Squadron when they were first sent out with the early SE-5As, and Ball was still among their number, and then later on as a night fighter pilot in Camels, adapted for that particular role. He also, which I hadn't realised till he was in the BBC for years, he volunteered, went back in the RAF during the Second World War, and trained people, I think, to fly. He got to fly. He didn't fly on active service in that sense, but he was still training people, which can be pretty dangerous as well. And he wrote a novel, whose name I can't remember, but I'll flash up the thing, about a crew of a Wellington bomber. A mission that's, again, a very interesting read. It was re-released by the Imperial War Museum just recently, in the last few years. So you have a slightly artificial mix of the two, and it's based around 7 days of Croft, the young pilot, arriving finding that the house captain he's idolized is actually more bothered himself about how he's being seen, because Croft still thinks he's wonderful. And you have Christopher Plummer as the adjutant, the uncle character, who is far, far too old for anybody to be certainly flying as an observer in the Royal Flying Corps at this stage. Malcolm McDowell as Gresham, the CO, the commander of 76 Squadron. They list up on the thing. There was a real 76 Squadron, but I think it was Home Defence. They are sort of, it's late autumn 1917. You get some references, when Croft is being shown around. First of all, you have that marvellous scene where Simon Ward, the officer claiming to suffer from neuralgia and basically his nerve is gone, though when you see on the blackboard he's credited with 8 victories already, so he's an experienced pilot, but he's just cracked up. And whereas in the play Journey's End, the one who's cracking up is sort of steadied and keeps going after a conversation about this, in this he completely breaks down and has to be sent away. Goes mad, running around making aircraft noises. He's sitting there in the mess. Croft comes in, Christopher Plummer, the adjutant, comes in and asks him, how many hours has he got on SE? He's not altogether flying, and he says 4. And Simon Ward comes out with this marvellously dry line, well, you'll be all right then. And then later on, it's more bitter that on average you're only lasting 2 weeks, 14 days, that's all you've got. And it's about that, the same theme we've seen in lots of these other films, things like Dawn Patrol, of this sort of process of young, inexperienced pilots coming, don't know what they're doing, and they just don't last long enough to find out. So you essentially have that. It's a little bit contrived, the way it works. But on the whole, it's got some good characters. It's got a good feel of the mess. You have a lot of the gather around the piano playing and singing. So you have the young aviator went stunting, and as in the wreckage he lay, mechanics all gathered around him, these last parting words he did say, and then so on, which famous and lasted well into the RAF's history, was still around in the Second World War. In various versions. You've also got It's the Only Way they use, which is a parody of, I think This Is the Night or something. It was from a show tune. There is, if you read No Parachute, an Open Cockpit by Arthur Gould Lee in 46 Squadron, who flew Pups and later Camels. 46 Squadron published their songbook, and this is one of the songs from there, and it's quoted, and that's clearly where they got the thing from. So it's all nicely done, and there is the sense of these public school boys that are facing this very desperate situation and coping. They're perhaps a little, most of them have got the maternity jacket, the RFC uniform. You don't get the mix of uniforms from different regiments that you tended to have. It was a point of pride for someone who'd come from something else before they went to the RFC. They tended to wear their old uniform, but with the pilot's wings on them. You have the bit with the German that Gresham shoots down being brought into the mess and entertained. As I've mentioned before, same theme you get in Dawn Patrol. Very, very rare, actually, in the Royal Flying Corps. Not because they wouldn't have been happy to do that, but more because Germans didn't get shot down over the British side of the lines very often, because they were fighting a defensive war. It's this thing we've talked about before. So, essentially in this film you have 4 main aerial sequences. The first one is flashbacks whilst Gresham is giving a talk at his old school, talking about, this is, we're caning the Hun in the air. I just hope it won't all be over before you're ready to take part, and generally giving this inspirational speech, which, well, what else are you going to tell a group of schoolboys? First of all, he's shown shooting down an Eindecker, and some of the footage again gets reused. You then have this encounter with a German 2-seater that's obviously a more modern biplane, just painted red with big crosses on. They get behind him. It's a funny thing, you see this 2-seater a couple of times. The rear gunner never really fires, but he's chased by this. He pretends to be fatally wounded, killed, and lands his aircraft. The Germans, encouraged, wanting to capture him, there's nobody around, so no troops to come and arrest him and pick him up, which is pretty common. You land behind the lines, and the odds are there's some troops nearby because it's pretty densely populated. He feigns death, or that he's passed out. They land, stop the engine, get out to go and capture him to take trophies, at which points he's not having switched his engine off, goes off, takes off, gets into the air. As they run back to their aircraft, firing a few shots with their Mauser at him, turns round and strafes them as they're coming off. As they're trying to take off, he shoots them. The pilot gets killed. It runs into the trees, explodes. The observer gets out, and then sort of Gresham dives down, frightens him a few times before waggling his wings and waving as he rides off, as he flies off. Rather, I think it's to show the level of cunning involved. This is not quite as chivalrous a war as you might think. But on the other hand, he doesn't shoot the poor bloke that's left there. He kills the pilot when they could still potentially have been a threat, but he doesn't murder the bloke on the ground. So it doesn't go too far. Then you have Croft arrives, goes on the first patrol to be shown the lines, and you have Gresham and the other pilot, whose name just escapes me at the moment, the character, gone completely, the CMD, Confidence and Mechanical Details. Again, I think Cecil Lewis talks about the gadget king within their squadron, this fella designing all sorts of, once fitted 5 machine guns to his aircraft pointing in various directions. Lewis thinks there's some nightmare where he's surrounded by Germans and he can just pull on, they can't aim them properly, but just fires in every direction and manages to drive them off. But the weight is so much that he couldn't carry an observer, or another time he blows up himself, loses most of the fabric of the aircraft with this bomb dropper that he'd devised. I think it's based around that. So you have the 3 of them go off. You get your first experience flying over the lines. You get the Archie, the anti-aircraft fire, good black puffs like German. Though there's more of a flash of orange in these. It's the black smoke that people tend to mention more in their memoirs. British Archie was a sort of dirty white smoke, so there was a difference in the chemicals used that produced a different explosion. Going over, and again, particularly for scout pilots, the chances of being hit by this were very low, and it was blind chance really as much as anything, unless you were attacking a balloon or something of that sort. But for the observation, for the photographic crews that had to be artillery spotting, that they had to stay in one place, they had to be fairly low, they were much more vulnerable to this. Though again, it wasn't the biggest killer, but it was definitely a killer, something that could do this to you. So you have that. You've got some very nice scenes. You see the shaky takeoff of Croft, but then as they come through the clouds into the sunshine, you get some sense of the joy of flying, the beauty of it all. You get them testing their guns. Again, nice one in this. They have their mock-up SC5s, but you use both the Vickers and the Lewis gun. You then have a fight where Croft is told to sort of clear off because they're running into Germans, and the other 2 go off, get involved in a dogfight. Gresham shoots down an Eindecker again. This is the one where they get the pilot. However, at one point his Lewis gun stops shooting, and he stands up to fiddle with the magazine. Now, the whole point of the mounting is that you slid the gun down so that you could do it without having to stand up. You still had to fire fairly straight and level, and you were managing the control column with your knees while you were doing this, but it was a bit less dangerous than it's portrayed here. That had been the case early on. There's a case of what's his name? Louis Strange, one of the sort of pioneers of the Royal Flying Corps, where he just had a Lewis gun mounted on the wing so he could shoot over the top of the prop, and no mounting to pull it down, climbed out, and his aircraft turned over and he was left hanging on by the machine gun, and somehow blind chance it righted itself and he fell back into his cockpit and survived. So they make a bit much of it, and this is something that they used. The footage of this appears in the Blackadder Goes Forth episode when it's Private Plane. So you get this, and he's attacked again by the Eindecker. Before the Eindecker, he's shot up the engine, the fuel's coming out, and he has to land. He goes back. Croft's being chased by someone. Gresham shoots the plane down, and then you get a bit of a dogfight. It's all basically, they do a lot of looping the loop rather than tight turning. That tends to be the way they're showing this. And you get a fight there. You've then got the third one where again, it's all a bit convoluted, and you get to, you've got Christopher Plummer as pretty elderly. Gresham goes off to brigade or divisional headquarters, I'm not quite sure, or even corps. I can't remember what they say off the top of my head. I was watching this more for the flying bits than everything else when I rewatched it a few days ago. And you have Ray Milland as the general, Trevor Howard as one of the others, and these are incredibly old men. Yes, the senior officers often seem geriatric to a 20-year-old subaltern or captain in his early 20s, but they were generally men in their 40s. To be in your 50s was quite elderly at that point. They were not the really old actors that we tend to cast. Of course, the odds are that the pilots were generally younger than the actors who play them in all these films. So there's a gap in the photographs of the lines. They want the adjutant, who's an observer, to go up and take photographs of this. He chooses Croft to fly him. They fly in the Avro. As I say, he wouldn't be using an Avro this time. You get an idea that they're having to fly low, they're having to find steady. They're escorted by 2 of the squadron. They get intercepted. Christopher Plummer gets killed. It's quite nice when you've got him firing and you've got the rounds coming out of the Lewis gun magazine, and you show him doing that. So it emphasises, you get a little bit of really what the Royal Flying Corps' main purpose was, which is to photograph the enemy, observe the enemy, spot for the artillery, provide information and guide the guns that will kill far more Germans than any other means, and that will make possible any breakthrough and will also stop any counterattack. That's your best chance. So that's really your job, and it's the core aircraft that are doing it. But of course, that's less glamorous, and we have this whole established language really of fighter pilots and fighter races and thrilling adventures, all things we've talked about before that dominate, and that's basically what you get in this film. But at least you get a little bit of a sense that the Flying Corps is doing other things. By 1917, you would not have an observation aircraft attached to a scout squadron. Everything has got far more specialised, professional in a sense. So you have the Army Cooperation Squadrons with their RE-8s and the like. By 1917, you might still have a few FE-2 pushers about, though they're mostly going to night flying by the end of the year. But it's 1917 is the year when the Flying Corps is trying to catch up in terms of quality of aircraft. So you have 76 Squadron has SEs in this, probably because Cecil Lewis had them in 56 Squadron, but also because it's the most common British aircraft portrayed in any on screen. That's what we see more often than not. So people know what they look like. It's partly because more survived. They built a lot of them and they were more stable, less likely to crash than Camels. So you get quite a lot of them. But also then when you're mocking them up, that's what you mock towards. And it is clearly different. The fact you've got Lewis gun on top wing and a single Vickers to the left side of the engine area. Makes it look clearly different from the Germans. Early on, actually, I mentioned when Christopher Plummer showing Croft around Crawford's SE5 and the Avro and things like that, he talks about, Gresham's got a Newport he swears by. Again, that comes from Cecil Lewis talking about Albert Ball in 56 Squadron, who flew the SE5 he didn't particularly like when he was with the squadron or the flight, but for his own private free hunting expedition would go off in a Newport. He'd insisted on having that. He didn't particularly like the SE5. And even after they'd modified it and had the Vickers gun removed, it was jamming too much, he stuck with the Lewis gun that he knew on the top wing. In the same way that you have, what's his name? Is it McScotch or McIrish? One of the ones in 40 Squadron with Mannock. Again, he had placed the Vickers he had 2 Lewis guns on the top wing because he thought there was a higher rate of fire for a gun that wasn't synchronized, because it didn't have to delay and avoid shooting the prop, so that was considered to be a good thing. But it's fairly eccentric because you've got a belt of 400 rounds or so, maybe 500 depending on the aircraft. For your Vickers, you've only got a magazine of 96 with the double magazines after they had the 47. Was it 47 and 96 or 94? Anyway, that sort of numbers with the Lewis gun before you've got to reload. So you have more stuff. You have, again, straight out of Cecil Lewis, the bit where they set up Croft when they've gone out to a restaurant with a young woman who's the mistress of a French general, but he's away, so, she adores Le Pilote, and, you have that experience, again, straight from Sagittarius Rising. And then you get the final battle, which is a good culmination of the film where it's balloon busting. Again, we get a little bit of balloon busting in these films, but not... In most cases, this is the only one that gives a really strong sense of how dangerous it was, of how much anti-aircraft fire there would be, how much archery around it, how many machine guns when you got lower, and the probability that there are aircraft waiting to take you out. So it was considered very dangerous, and although some people did seem to get this sort of balloon busting fever and specialised in it, Frank Luke, for instance, the American, and then one or two Germans and others, it was generally considered, most of the more successful pilots did it about once or twice when they were ordered to, and then never again, because it was so hairy. And it is, again, a peculiarity. You've never really got this before. You didn't have it again. Yes, in the Battle of Britain, German 109s would often shoot at barrage balloons on their way home just to sort of break the monotony and practice their marksmanship. But you don't have observation balloons later on in warfare. They're too vulnerable. It's, again, comes back to this dominance of the guns, particularly in the Western Front, but generally in the First World War. And anything that can make those guns more accurate, the artillery fire more devastating, more precise, that's really important. Therefore, it's something you want to have working for you, and you want to stop the enemy doing the same thing back to you. So, the role of these observers in balloons was vital, absolutely vital. And whereas in the German, the Red Baron film, there's just too many balloons too close together, there were a lot of them. And, it was a pretty lonely job up there with either one or two of you in a basket. They did give you a parachute because it could be attached to the outside of the basket, so the weight didn't matter. So you have quite a nice scene of the attack. There's 6 of them go out. You've had the day before the briefing. They fly far too few missions in this, but for dramatic purposes, it works. Where Gresham explains, we'll divide ourselves up, attackers and defenders. We'll have 3 of us sort of keep the German fighters off the backs of the others. And Croft with this still, for all that he's seen in the last few days, Gresham's one of the defenders. Oh, we'll be safe as houses then. You do see they're quite good in showing him as, for all his cynicism, for all his exhaustion, that he is a good leader. And that's, of course, a theme from Journey's End as well, that the bitterness within this, he's still doing his job very well. They go off. One of the 3, the defenders, the protector fight, gets hit by Archie, so he's out of it. They then get in Thompson, that's it, the Gadget King, the one who's gone on the first thing. He leads them in, Croft following, goes towards the first balloon. You see them going through all the flak, the machine gun fire. The German observer sees them, bails out, starts spraying the balloon with both guns, doesn't ignite. Croft comes through and gets it on the second thing, and you get this sort of thumbs up and thing as they go on. But it's then that you see the 6 German aircraft up again, clearly models, 3 of them Pfalz, 3 of them earlier fighters. Is it Halberstadt or the Hanover? There's so many things beginning with H. I never quite remember, but the single machine gun thing that, again, there'd be some of them still around in 1917. Again, mostly you'd be meeting an Albatross. Pfalz is somewhere, but predominantly it would be D3s and D5 Albatross fighters at this point. But there obviously weren't any of those around, and they didn't model them either, because the models don't look anything like the actual aircraft they're using. You do show a good bounce there, where they dive down, they convert height into speed, come down, pass through the covering flight, come in quickly, get onto Thompson's tail, shoot him up. Aircraft catches fire, and then you have that grim moment where he's starting to burn, his skin is cracking, and he jumps out to fall to his death rather than burn alive. Again, a theme we've come to a few times in these films, and importantly, it's clearly a major fear. The fear of fire, big deal, and understandably amongst the pilots of this era. You've had the thing about why won't they give us parachutes, and it's this, again, the uncaring HQ. There's a moment, I think, partly because of the songs, partly because of the way they present GHQ, that this sort of blurs into "Oh, What a Lovely War." And I think critics didn't like it for that reason. They thought it was a poor copy of that. So Thompson's down, and then it turns into dogfight. The balloons are forgotten beyond this because they're very busy. And it's one of those, it's cataclysmic, several others are shot, and the other two, other than Crawford and Croft, the other two British pilots who look quite similar, and I tell apart because they've got slightly different shaped flying helmets, but a lot of the actors in this squadron do look a bit the same, which is just a bit confusing when they don't get much time to develop specific personalities of their own. They don't get much screen time. They're shot down very quickly, and you get the sort of poignantly a sort of version of "It's the only way" as one of them goes into crash. Again, it's quite the way it's shown is quite brutal, like von Richtofen and Brown, like some of the early ones where you get squibs going off, on somebody's flying helmet. People get shot in the head, they get shot in the back, blood gets sprayed onto the windscreen of the aircraft. The emphasis is talking. There's an interview on the DVD where I think it's the director or the producer, but they were sort of emphasising this was like a knife fight in an alley. They were trying to get that atmosphere. This was very brutal, and it does that quite well. I mean, it's you get a lot of the classic again from as early as Wings and all the others, where the pop 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 of fabric being shot through or struts being damaged. Croft gets one on his tail, is being chased, but manages to outturn. Again, they loop, and you manage to do a tighter loop than the other person, so you get behind him, rather than tight turns that are more flat turns as far as were possible, where again it was turning and turning to try and get on the enemy's tail. He does this, he shoots it down. He's won his victory, he's sort of proved himself, he's become a pilot, become a fighter pilot, that sense of sort of rite of passage almost. That at that moment you have Gresham comes in, sort of gives him a nod, that okay lad, I can take you seriously now, you understand what I've been going through. Gresham pulls away, then Croft suddenly stares blankly. There's another German pilot staring blankly, and a German comes in and collides with Croft, and I think it's one of the explosions from von Richtofen and Brown there that's used, because there are bits of footage from the Blue Max from von Richtofen and Brown that please. So it is one of those films where the sort of aircraft that's chasing you or you're chasing will change several times during a sequence, but nevertheless, it's for the cost of thing, this does it pretty well. It's not 100. The continuity isn't always great. There's lots of simplifications. I like it as a film, and you have the final thing of 3 more young officers arriving, so sort of more meat for the grinder, and Gresham receiving them, finding out, checking how many hours solar they've got, this sort of thing. Again, fair enough for late 17. By 1918, training methods for the Royal Flying Corps had improved considerably, and people arriving at the front generally had a bit more experience than this. So it does, as all these films have done, rather push the number of hours you've had. But the number of hours you've had on the aircraft you're going to fly in combat, that probably was often quite low. Again, until 1918. The Germans had been a bit more thorough all the way through, because their pilots were a bit more precious. They had fewer of them. They could not afford things. So there was, when they had the America program, where they expanded the number of Jasta and the number of squadrons in the German Air Force, quality went down then. So later, by 1918, you were getting far more inexperienced German pilots coming through. But earlier on, they generally sent people to the front to fly scouts, to fly fighters. They were better prepared for it than their British counterparts were. So it ends with everything going full circle, and here we are off again, and you have the brief image of sort of, he imagines Croft reappearing, stares out the window, and then just vanishes. I think it's a good film. I like it. It's it's sort of near enough type aircraft, but as long as you stand a fair enough way away. But they've made an effort, and yes, it's lots of the cliches come back, lots of the stylized stuff. It isn't 100% accurate. It's still a decent film. I find it a moving film. And even if sometimes the sort of public school bickering that is really a feature of Journey's End as well gets a little bit artificial, a little bit too strained, as anything that's a stage play will always, there's none of it doesn't quite transfer to the screen. It always seems it's more personal when you watch it, when you're actually in the audience. When you see it on screen, you want something a bit more realistic, slightly less artificial. But nevertheless, I think it's a good film. So it's one that's well worth a watch. It's a good contribution to the genre. I don't know how many people remember the BBC series from 1977-78-ish called Wings. I remember this coming out. I was still at school at the time, and it just increased my enthusiasm for making plastic kits of biplanes. It was a bit fiddly, but were worth it. I think Airfix did do an Avro, didn't they? They didn't do a BE2 then. I believe they do now. This is an interesting one because it had a bit more time, because it was 2 series, each of about a dozen episodes, each about 50 minutes or so long, 50 minutes to an hour, and it was set very early in the war, and it was also set not in a scout squadron, because it really began before there were specialised scout squadrons, but in a general purpose Royal Flying Corps units flying BE-2Cs. So this is the standard, the most common 2-seater for the first 3 years of the war, as far as the Royal Flying Corps are concerned. Some of them flew across to France in 1914. The B-2C was a slight improvement on the earlier ones, but basically the same thing. They went as far as a G model, which had a larger top wing than the earlier ones. It's more the sort of shape of the RE-8 that's to come. It wasn't designed as a fighting aircraft. It was designed purely for the expected role of aircraft, which was to go out, find the enemy, and report back. So it has a pilot in the rear cockpit and an observer in the front cockpit. At the beginning of the series, the observer is simply armed with a carbine, often a sort of Winchester type, with a repeater like that, with a lever action. And they shoot at Germans who are similarly armed with rifles. The story's about 2 young pilots joining the squadron and coming out of the flight of Captain Triggers, who's experienced, rather determined character. You have the aristocratic son of a cavalry general, subaltern in the cavalry himself, Charles Galion, or Galion as people mispronounce it. That's Michael Cochrane, who crops up in the Sharp series as Sir Henry Simmerson. So often was those marvellous sort of rather villainous types. But this is him when he's much younger, and Sergeant Farmer, a blacksmith's son who's played around with aircraft because his father was friendly with a local aristocrat who was keen on these things, been involved with those, hasn't really flown but claims to have flown and then has to be taught to get himself in, so gets a sergeant pilot's wings eventually. Triggers realizes he doesn't know how to fly, but then teaches him because he's determined. So part of it, you get a lot of, there's elements of BBC melodrama in this, both in the sort of the cast, the sense of the class element to it, the sergeant pilot being kept separate from the officers, not messing with them, but also being a very competent pilot and fighter. Eventually he does get commissioned in the second series. You have some home front stuff, so you go back to the village where they're working the forge. An uncle's returned with having lost an arm in France, and the Alan Farmer, the character's mother, is struggling to keep the business going, and eventually starts to learn how to be a blacksmith herself. And then you have the girlfriend, the love interest, who's more in love with Alan than he is back, though. She's, again, the very impressive character. She delivers the milk, she becomes a nurse, she seems just one of those people who's very good at everything and very nice, so both the main characters end up falling in love with her. So there's all that sort of stuff going on. It's quite well done, but there is still, for all of that, a lot of the screen time is spent at the squadron in France and with flying. Now, particularly in the first series, they don't have a lot of real aircraft. They have them on the ground to climb over. By the second series, even the title sequence shows them actually flying in a BE-2C, reconstructed one, and there are some scenes with a Fokker Eindecker as well. That's obviously real in a German aircraft, but most of the dogfighting throughout is done with models, quite large remote-controlled models, but it's pretty good for that. The good thing about this is that it allows them to show the progression of the air war. So the Germans gain an advantage when they fit a machine gun in the rear cockpit of one of their 2-seaters, because they sensibly have the pilot in front and the reserver behind. The British manage to capture it because they capture it with a gun jam. They've flown either side of it and they bring it in, and then the Germans are entertained, but then they try to escape, and it's the sergeant who isn't plastered like the officers in the mess and saves the day, stops them from getting away. He was out shooting rabbits and shoots at them instead. So you have that, but then you have the various attempts, because they, first of all, they start to, well, how can we mount a machine gun? And they try it mounting in the B-2C, but it doesn't really work. They try fitting metal blocks to deflect bullets from the propeller so they could fire through, but find the performance goes in the aircraft. So you're getting the stages of the air war, and then as the first series goes on, the Fokker Eindecker appears, the monoplane that was able to shoot with a synchronized machine gun through the propeller, so fire forward, which was much easier, and the Flying Corps are losing more and more that at first they can't work out, and eventually it's again, Sergeant Farmer, through his copy of the Aeroplane magazine or Aero magazine, reads about this, and they work out that this is what the Germans are doing. And they've worked out before that it's only the B-2 squadrons that are suffering. It's not the ones with gun buses. You have lots of, stories where there's a bit of license, but there might even be a bit of truth. So a cavalry officer with a VC who takes a couple of steps down in rank so he can get involved in the fighting to become an observer, and has his hunting rifle and manages to shoot, though it's not confirmed, the pilot of an Eindecker, but in a subsequent fight is killed himself. So it doesn't, nobody becomes a superhero in this. There are moments of heroism, there are also failure, there's also confusion. People get shot down and probably escape through the lines rather more often than is plausible in reality. But that's to keep your basic cast of characters going. They have various innovations. They try different mountings for a Lewis gun in the B-2. Eventually they end up, particularly for the second series, being turned into a, what's it called, forward action or something like that, where they have a Lewis gun sort of fixed on, so it's firing at an angle past the prop, so they can't fire straight forward, but they can fire a bit to the side, so they've got to aim, and their job is to carry out other tasks, but go on and try and deal with the Eindeckers. Again, all things that were tried, and various attempts were made because this was the problem. But one of the early solutions was to use pusher aircraft like the FE2, like the DH2, that didn't need interrupter gear, didn't need to shoot through the prop because they could shoot forward. But there were very severe limits to how far that technology could be taken, the performance you could advance. So lots of interesting stuff in it. The background to how the war is developing, how the war in the air is changing, the technology, the different techniques, all of that done pretty well, really. And it's not been done anywhere else, to my knowledge. No one's really touched on this stage of the war at all, because it's basically 1915 that it's nearly all set. I don't think they quite get to 1916. It would have been nice. I don't know why there weren't more series, whether it seemed to be. I know half my class at school loved it, and we were making these sort of bang for the early things with using a carbine, playing in the playground, and again making models. So I remember it seemed quite popular, but it was probably fairly expensive by BBC standards. It would have been nice if they could have kept going, go further into the war and start to have synchronized guns and things like that, had the appearance of the Albatros. See the way, because the First World War in the air very much swings back and forth on the basis of technology, but also backed by skill. So you have the Fokker Scourge in 1915, where the British are suffering very, very high losses. They managed to, in 1916, over the summer, win back dominance in the air, partly through numbers, but also through aircraft like the DH2, the FE, the few Nieuports they get to a couple of squadrons from the French. Sop with 1.5 strutter, the first aircraft, a two-seater with a synchronized forward-firing Vickers. They start to move back and being very aggressive all the way through, not giving the Germans a rest, so that for the Somme battle, the Flying Corps dominate the air over the front. It then changes again in the autumn as the Albatros comes through, and the Germans start to form their specialized Jastas, the fighter squadrons, and Bulker and people like that, and then Richtofen and others will emerge from that. That leads on to a very tough time for the Flying Corps, the Royal Flying Corps, that lasts really till late in 1917, because it's only later on that they start to get enough SE5s, Camels, Bristol fighters, DH4s, RE8s, better aircraft, so next generation aircraft, to cope with, they've had a few Sopwith triplanes, but these have all been in the Royal Naval Air Service before, that could match an Albatros, but there wasn't much else. A pup, under certain circumstances, was just about okay. Nieuports were struggling by then. So to get these modern aircraft, but it took time. There is an interesting episode where Triggers is taken back to test an aircraft that looks distinctly like a Sopwith Pup, even though it's not described as that, and says, yeah, we'd love to have it, but it isn't ready yet. It's simply not safe at the moment. So you have that overall sweep within the basic focus on our characters. You also have what's very interesting, and again, not done really anywhere else that I'm aware of. You show the work of these army squadrons. You show them spotting for the artillery, the development of the clock system where you would signal down, because basically you have a transmitter to transmit signals to the artillery battery or to its command post. They have to lay out signals on the ground, basically marking out letters, symbols, things like that, so that they can communicate back. It isn't a two-way exchange at that stage, but they develop this clock system where basically you can say where it is on the clock face compared to where the target should be, and then with a second code for just how far in, so you can adjust to that. And then on target, you have them taking photographs, you have them taking the oblique photographs, you have all the really vital work, the basic function of both the Royal Flying Corps, German Air Service, French as well. This support to the army, this help the guns to function, help the planners to be able to plan because they know what's there in the enemy positions, the enemy trench lines, before they mount an offensive. They know where the battery positions are so they can try and suppress them to help the infantry. The only way your infantry is going to get through all that barbed wire, all those trenches, all those machine guns, and the defenders' defensive fire barrages is by suppressing those, by blasting them with your own artillery. The only way to do that accurately is if somebody can spot for them, hence the fact that this is the drudgery and the most dangerous form of service in the First World War. But what really matters, that the air element provides and gives an advantage to the army, this is one of the few on-screen versions to cover this, to talk about this at all, really. And it is the main focus, particularly in the first series. That's most of what they're doing. And even when they become this forward action unit, they are still required to do these tasks as well. So you have them looking for particular battery positions, trying to spot things, and all of these things. And you can see the way this creates this steady attrition of casualties. People are shot down by anti-aircraft fire, by Archie. They are attacked by German scouts, they are in accidents, the engines fail, the aircraft fails. All of that, it gives a sense of how dangerous this is, and the turnover, and the lack of glamour about it all. This is not about going up and shooting down lots of enemy aircraft, which is basically the focus of just about every other treatment of the First World War in the end. It's about the fighter pilots, and particularly the aces, because they were the glamorous element in a war that was distinctly lacking in glamour. And flying is exciting in the first place, but flying a fast scout against other similar bright, keen young men and outwitting them, outflying them, and outshooting them, it's a dramatic, clear-cut, simple contest that could be presented, as it had been in a lot of the between the wars literature, as glamorous, as exciting, as romantic. Even though the best of those also admitted that this was somewhere where your aircraft could fall apart at 15,000 feet, or it could catch fire and you had the choice of jumping to your death or burning slowly. And again, there's an interesting bit where the love interest, the Alan Farmer's girlfriend, has become a nurse. She's dealing with a traumatized Flying Corps veteran who's badly burned and is talking about losing his, I can't remember if he's the pilot or the observer, and you get the sense of the cost of all of this. So it deals with a lot of things that just don't get dealt with anywhere else, and is probably, for British television anyway, I think is the longest series, with two series of a dozen or so episodes each, that effectively deals with life on a squadron as its main focus in either World War, and certainly for the First World War. So it has a lot going for it. And yes, you can tell sometimes the models, but they're pretty good models, and it is nicely done. So it's one that if you've never seen, it's well worth looking up and taking a look at, because the history in it is pretty good, and it's not a bad drama either, and the cast is very good. And it was, again, back in the day when the BBC did produce some pretty good and varied drama, and were able to do historical things and take them on fairly seriously. So if you've not seen it, well worth a look. If you haven't seen it for a few years, revisit it. I was quite surprised. It came out on DVD a few years back. I hadn't seen it since it was first on in the 1970s when I was still a schoolboy. I would have been, 8 or 9. I was surprised by how much I remembered, which is always the mark of a good series, if it's had that impact on you, that there are still scenes and details that you remember decades on, never having seen it in between. Certainly for me, because I've got a bit of a short-term memory in respect, which means it's great. I can watch the same film lots of times, and there are some films I'll watch every year and still enjoy them, even though I pretty much know what's going to happen. I know there are other people who can't do that or can't reread a book. They just find it because they remember too clearly, but I'm afraid my mind doesn't work that way. Anyway, Wings, the more modern version with the same name, well worth a look if ever you get a chance. This is one of the less well-known examples. This is from the 90s, and it's the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles, where you have one episode called Attack of the Hawkmen. Now, this was a series that it's very easy to have missed, because it certainly in Britain doesn't seem to have been shown for years, and it was shown fairly erratically and without much fanfare when it first appeared. This was George Lucas producing stories about, again, the young Indiana Jones, initially played by a child actor, then by Sean Patrick Flannery as the sort of the late teens into early 20s Indiana. And basically he gets to meet everybody famous in the first part of the 20th century. And, when he becomes a Belgian soldier on the Somme, he runs into Graves and Sassoon playing tennis in a square. He meets Mata Hari, all sorts of people. Youngish Winston Churchill. He's in Dublin in time for the Easter Rising. He's basically everywhere. Meets Pancho Villa, all of that before. T. Lawrence, Lawrence of Arabia. I think it's a great series, and I wish they'd show it more often. I've managed to get 2 of the sets of discs, so I've got the first 2/3 of it, which covers the First World War and the bit before. And I remember years ago when some friends visited with their young children, putting these on, and the kids were loving it. Because it's well presented. It was quite lavish for a TV series. There are lots of bits of films used in the different episodes. So the Beersheba one is very much taken from The Light Horseman. But none the worse from that. And George Lucas was developing many of the CGI techniques that he would use in the Star Wars prequels. So it's before that, it's testing things. But yes, there's a lot of romanticism. There's a lot of loose interpretation of history. Nevertheless, it's not a bad basic history lesson of the early part of the 20th century, with this emphasis that these people who've done remarkable things are fairly ordinary. That's a nice touch to it. Now, I won't go through it all in great detail. This episode is basically, some of them, I originally saw them they were sort of 45 minutes, 50 minutes episodes, and the start and the end would be introduced by an old Indiana Jones who looked rather more decrepit than Harrison Ford did in the Dial of Destiny, whatever it was called, the rather disappointing film that I've talked about elsewhere here because of the Syracuse scenes. He would introduce it, and he'd see people arguing, and then he'd say, well, if you think this is a big deal, you should have been on the Somme at age 17, and I was going through that hell and all this sort of thing. Then the disc versions I've got, they're done as films, 2 episodes put together without any introduction. It's just straight into the chronological story. He meets Frederick Zelus and the Zelus Scouts in not Zelus Scouts, but they call the Legion of Frontiers, whatever, the odd battalion of the Royal Fusiliers that consist of all these rather elderly hunters and frontiersmen, but until Zelus himself, I think, dropped dead of a heart attack. And they're this sort of, it's a good sort of Hollywood touch. There's this eccentric group of old men who go off on these missions. It's great fun, and it's all about this. Don't worry about the plan, just go straight ahead. Or it's foreshadowing or trying to lots of things in the story. So what are you doing, India? I don't know. I'm making this up as I go along from the Raiders of the Lost Ark. They have that. This is where he's supposed to learn how to think that way. They're lots of fun. There's a little bit of flying in one of the African episodes. But mainly you have this one, Attack of the Hawkmen, where he and his friend Remy are trying to get out of the trenches, but also feel they've got to contribute more. He wants the war to end. He wants it to be over. So he means the Allies have got to win as quickly as possible. So he wants to be contributing more volunteers for intelligence. Remy gets sent off to manage a restaurant in Brussels, which is quite interesting. It's a little bit Secret Army with Albert Foiret and of course Allo with René Artois with his ID. I don't think you see any more of him, as I remember, but again, I haven't sat down and watched them all for a while. Even though he's been accepted by French intelligence, they don't have a place for Indiana, but they say, oh, you're a photographer, you know how to use a camera. Yeah, fair enough. So he gets sent as a photographer to the Lafayette Squadron. So again, something of a distortion that the Lafayette Squadrons as Scout Squadron wouldn't by this time in 1917 have a it's 1.5 Sopwith 1.5 strutter they've got to take photographs. Again, there was specialized 2-seater squadrons and single-seater scout fighter squadrons that do different roles. So all of this is a bit artificial, but it means he can get, you meet Raoul Lufbery, the commander. You see oh gosh, what's the name of the lion cub? No, gone from my head. Again, we'll come to that. I haven't yet watched Flyboys. That will come, and I'll add that on in a few days' time to put this whole video together. Whiskey, that's right, Whiskey, their mascot. You get a sense of these volunteers that had come through and were flying with the French Air Force. You've got the famous Indian head painted on the Nieuports. They've got Nieuports at this point. They haven't gone as far. They get Spads later on, but Nieuports at this stage. So that's quite nice. They've got decent looking Newport 17s, I think. Again, telling one version of Newport from another has never been, I've always struggled with until you get to the 28s and the clearly different shape fuselage of the later ones and wings. But the V strutter ones, the early ones, the 11 and the 17 look very much the same to me. So that's quite nice. They sort of say, oh, you've come as photographer, and also basically this is a death sentence that are up there. You've got a camera when you should have a gun. You've got to fly low. You're an easy target for the Archie, for the anti-aircraft fire, for their fighters. All of which is true, but there are so many of these aircraft operating that although the casualties are high, and generally speaking, the Allies succeed. You then go off into a series of dogfights where they keep running across von Richtofen. And on one particular mission, Indiana is shot down, the pilot's wounded, taken off as a prisoner by the Germans, and Richtofen lands, having shot him down, invites him to dinner, come and have lunch at my squadron. Again, as I said, it's one of the rarer cases where you see a film depicting the Germans doing this, but it was much more common from a German point of view. You see far more photographs of Flying Corps and other aircrew down and being entertained by the German host before they go off to a prisoner of war camp. Richtofen's presented as a bit of an idiot in this. He's a little bit arrogant, a little bit nasty. It's not particularly flattering. He's a bit big-headed. The others are sycophantic to him. And he is rather represented as this publicity-obsessed, but rather sort of, seeing a Teutonic knight in an aircraft type thing. You've also had Nungesser, the French ace, comes in. Now that's rather fun because he was one of these very much larger-than-life characters with his coffin and the candles around it painted on his side, and somebody who seemed to be having so many accidents, either landing badly or falling out of things or living a high life. But also it's amazing that he lasted as long as he did. I mean, you've got that sad thing where they have the wheels of the aircraft that he tried to fly the Atlantic post-war with the idea that if he dropped his wheels after takeoff, that would reduce the weight and it would give him more chance of getting there. Vanish somewhere in the Atlantic. They have the wheels in the museum. I think it's in Paris, isn't it? But that's it. They don't know the details of what happened to him. But again, it's nice. He's not Guynemer or René Fonck. He's one of the less well-known but very colourful characters. So having him coming in, it's all a bit contrived. Indiana then manages to escape, gets, breaks away from the truck, takes out a few Germans, the high body count you get in the movies as well of the sort of extras that he punches out, shoots, pushes under cars, get killed in the accidents that he sort of brushes off his dust from. It's all good James Bond roaring adventure stuff. He escapes, goes back to the squadron, and Nungesser gets them to drop a challenge to Richtofen to meet him at a particular point for a duel, effectively. Now, again, some of this nonsense happened sort of early on in the war, but by 1917, nobody's doing this sort of thing. And von Richthofen particularly was far too practical a man to have responded to this. And then Nungesser wants Indiana Jones to go along to take photographs of his victory over Richtofen. And Richthofen goes on his own, but has some of his squadron is up higher up, so he sort of slightly cheats. Again, it's rather, I think it's rather unfair to von Richthofen. The nice thing is the Germans are flying decent looking, all CGI obviously, but Albatross fighters. And Richtofen has one that's partly red, not wholly red, like the aircraft he flew early on. So that's a really nice touch that you have, because you hadn't seen the Albatross very much at all before this. You know, you'd had them in the, you would get them in the German Red Baron film a bit later, but otherwise, no, this wasn't happening because there weren't any. I mean, the odd one was around reconstruction flyable, but it never seemed to be available, wasn't used. You had Pfalzes in the Blue Max and other films that were similar, you know, basically that sort of shape, but are a different aircraft, but reminiscent of an Albatross. Whereas the Albatross was very much the staple of the Asters for really most of 17 and quite a lot of 18. Many of them are still flying them in the last months of the war because there aren't enough D7s and Pfalz 12s and things to go around. And it's far more successful than the Roland fighter and any of the others that are competitors at the time. And even the Pfalz was generally not liked as much because the controls were considered a bit clumsier, a bit less responsive, and that was particularly true of the D12. It was compared unfavourably to the Fokker D7. So you have this duel. Richtofen is brought down, you know, smoking, and Indiana Jones takes a photograph, and then Richtofen sort of swears, you know, when he's talking afterwards in the back at their squadron, that he's going to go down and go and kill the photographer. It's again this thing where the chances of the same people meeting and fighting each other again and again, day after day on the Western Front, are incredibly remote, and that you'd actually know. You know, there was sometimes with some of the German aircraft you could spot the fact that they were painted in a distinctive way, but basically speaking, even then, bear in mind that in most air combat, you're trying to creep up on the enemy when he can't see you, but you're often seeing silhouettes. The colours are something you only see in sort of rapid glimpses when you get close, and for a lot of the time you don't know, and people will remember things differently. Within the fight between 56 Squadron and the Richtofen circus, where Albert Ball is killed, Lothar von Richthofen is wounded and brought down, but so as he claims a triplane, Sopwith triplane, and people have often said, well, perhaps he did shoot down Albert Ball. His description of the fight sounds quite similar, though Ball may actually have got disorientated in a cloud and crashed, losing his sense of direction. But again, you'd think, you know, somebody's experienced as Lothar von Richthofen, not at the height of his career, but already a proven pilot, surely he could tell the difference between a triplane and a biplane, an SE-5. But it's hard to know. There are lots of oddities in the combat reports and in the reminiscences. But this idea that von Richthofen could go and sort of stalk some observer in a French Sopwith 1.5 strutter and be sure to find him as he does, is complete and utter balderdash. That just doesn't work at all. So it's fairly silly premise-wise in the story, but you get some quite nice dogfights. There's quite a bit from Darling Lili, from Blue Max, from von Richtofen and Brown that are used intercut with, again, I suppose mostly CGI. I don't know whether they had any real aircraft for this. They've obviously got the cockpit setups, in classic manner to show close-ups of our heroes. But it's so history-wise not the best of the episodes, but it's nice that they covered it. It's got some nice touches. It's nice to see an Albatross, and they had Nieuports as well. That they are trying to get something close. And the French did use some Sopwith 1.5 strutters, though they produced enough aircraft of their own not to need too many British types. But I think they did use some of those because it had the synchronized gun firing through the prop. It was the first Allied aircraft to do that, and therefore they were in demand. So improbable. I don't think Lafayette Squadron ever had any, or any two-seaters within the scout group. But nevertheless, it's at least it's a genuine First World War aircraft of, broadly speaking, 1917 usage. It was in use then, though it's already really at the end of its effective life. It was already pretty much obsolete. So lots of fun, rather unfair to Richtofen, nice flattering portrait of a very jolly Nungesser that was good to see, but an interesting little sort of minor addition to the canon. Angel's Wing is a French film and perhaps not as well known. I'd never seen it on television. I came across it on a website for, I think it was Bell and Blade, or one of those companies that produces, well, VHS in the old days and DVDs of a lot of military historical films, and you could track down all sorts of things you couldn't get elsewhere. So I remember ordering quite a bit from them at one time. It's very loosely based on the story of Guynemer, in the sense that the main character is someone with poor health who fails the medical, eventually persuades them to let him train as a pilot and serve as a pilot. It then deviates in that it's more about how this very artistic soul becomes obsessed with killing, with building up his score, with being an ace, alienates the rest of the squadron, those around him. It's interesting because it's a different take. It's a French film is always that much different in style to an Anglo-Saxon one, and you don't get so much. You've got the few treatments of the Lafayette Squadron, but generally speaking, the other films have not touched so much on the French. I mean, some of the very early ones that I wasn't able to get to deal with French squadrons rather than Flying Corps or American, but generally speaking, there's been less of it. It's interesting in the sense that the French fly Morans, the parasol aircraft with one wing, but one wing above the fuselage rather than the sort of more traditional monoplane, which you don't see very often. You see a two-seater version, you see the single-seater Scout as well. I don't know whether they just converted or whether they had several. But you don't see a lot of aircraft. There's quite a lot of dogfighting, but the dogfights get quite samey because it's more about the psychological element of the character and his change within him, and then how others react to him and eventually deal with him. They have a triplane in it. They have, I think it's a mock-up to look like a sort of two-seater Albatross-ish, but it's not bad. But those, you basically see these same two German aircraft again and again and again. And mostly it's the one Frenchman fighting against one or two of these Germans, and you see similar dogfights. So it's very impressionistic, but it's a little bit different. It's a little bit interesting in the sense that it's covering something unusual. So not, again, one of the great films of this, but an interesting little entry with some sort of slightly unusual gear in it. So worth a look if ever you get the chance. I think, I can't remember what the French name is. As I say, it's Angel's Wing is the version I've got. But again, it's I don't know quite what I was expecting. This wasn't quite what I was expecting, but it's worth a look if you have an interest. But after a while, all the flying sequences, they do get a bit the same, which is always a danger in any film. So an interesting, slightly quirky film, but worth a look if you get the chance. Flyboys is the most recent entry to our list, and I remember being very excited. I happened to see, I think it was Cardiff railway station, suddenly saw a poster with the name up and a picture of a biplane. I'd not heard the film was being made or coming out, and then I thought, wow, great, going to get to see this in the cinema. It's a bit like Fury suddenly appeared. I hadn't had much warning. I just saw an advert on TV and thought, oh, tanks, that looks good. So every now and again, people make films that are just up my street and about the things that I'd like them to make films. Obviously, these sorts of movies, any aerial movie, is an expensive thing, even in the days of CGI. Just briefly, Flyboys is about the Lafayette Escadrille, the American volunteers who served with the French in the First World War. Again, we've touched on this in the Young Indiana Jones episode. They were originally called the Escadrille Americaine till there were complaints to Washington about this, and that's when they became Lafayette after the French volunteer on George Washington's staff in the Revolutionary War. And they had the Indian head as their symbol. And you have a diverse group of characters, one or two loosely based on real figures, but they are fictional. And you have Cassidy, the established ace who becomes their squadron commander. They don't do a lot of organization in this squadron. It's an interesting film in many ways in that it makes a sincere effort. You get, for the first time really since Wings, the black and white one, the silent one, rather than the BBC series, you get a sense of the training. I mean, it all happens on the squadron's base. That's an operational base that's got, you see an SE-5, you see a Bristol fighter in the background. There's Royal Flying Corps squadrons there as well. It just makes me think, I'd love to see a movie about a Bristol fighter squadron, because you do see it flying just once. I don't know if that's real or CGI, probably CGI. But Brisfits would be interesting, because they'd always be crews, so you'd have two and you could just about get away with the crew talking to each other or yelling in the action scenes, in the combat scenes, on the patrols, in a way that you have Flyboys. Occasionally somebody will actually yell from one aircraft to another and call out a message, and like in the Young Indiana Jones, which you just never hear. So you get the training, you get them spun around on a chair, walking a line, you get them in the butts, you get them with Lewis guns, with Vickers guns, you get them in sort of mini cockpit thing with the gun, you get them the different training. This would all happen elsewhere, but nevertheless, it was interesting that they tried to do that. It is a film that's primarily, you have the romance between the main character and a French girl, but it's a relatively minor feature. Mostly it's about them at the squadron. And then they go off and they start being sent. You have the same pattern you get in so many films. To make it more of a coherent, readily understandable story, they don't tend to go on patrol and look for trouble, or they don't even, they don't do, there's a lot of, you've got a specific mission, you've got to escort some bombers that are going to bomb I can't remember, a munitions dump or a rail junction, something like that. There are Germans, aircraft have been spotted, you've got to go and intercept them. There's Zepellin being spotted or a Gotha being spotted, you've got to go and intercept these. Those sorts of missions, that's more of a Second World War thing. There were occasionally times when the alarm would go out, somebody would be summoned, a squadron would be told to go off and intercept. But that, on the whole, is pretty rare, because it just takes so long to do everything. These are not as fast as aircraft in terms of climbing up to the height to reach something, and you've only got telephone lines. So it just gives a structure. It gives it something. It makes it understandable to the audience, but it isn't really a reflection of reality. You don't get the standard patrolling that you have had in the main in some of the earlier films, Dawn Patrol and the like, where you're simply going off to do this, and you may run into trouble, you may not. Aircraft-wise, it's nice that they've got Newports. I think they had a couple of genuine replicas, and they had several more. You can see the wing is, the upper wing is sort of slightly V-shaped, that were manufactured for the film, based around a sort of compromise design that I seem to remember reading at the time weren't the easiest things to fly, but nevertheless they look pretty good. It's quite decent. This is obviously supplemented with a lot of CGI. So the Americans fly Newports, and mostly they have a single synchronized Vickers over the engine. Cassidy, the ace, has a Lewis gun as well on his top wing, so he has two, which some Newports did have, but given that you're dealing with, I think they're described as Newport 17s or 19s, can't remember, 17s I think, and they talk about the French squadron having Newport 11s, though, well, nerdy fact, they're listed at SPA, which would, on the board you see in the sort of the mess hall, which would mean SPADs, but it's not get too worked up about this. That's just that I pick up these useless nuggets of information, and then every now and again they've got to come out, otherwise my head would explode. So you have that looks quite decent. The Germans have it's a weird choice. Apparently they had a flying triplane for the film, and the villain, the chief sinister German ace, who's a right stinker, flies a black triplane with, interestingly enough, the late model crosses. Everybody else, all the other Germans, fly red triplanes like Baron von Richthofen in one of his later aircraft, and they have the Maltese cross on the thing. I suppose they're triplanes rather than biplanes, they're red rather than silver. It makes it really easy for the audience to tell them apart. I remember reading at the time that there was a possibility they could have got an albatross, and then they decided to go for the triplane because everybody knows the Red Baron, everybody associates with that. It just looks really weird when the Germans are just row after row of red triplanes. That's all you get. And dozens of these get shot down during the course of the film. Mostly, you've got the one other ace who's a decent sort of chivalrous chap, but ends up getting killed anyway, because this is war. It's just a shame. It would have been nice if they'd had something like an Albatross that would be appropriate for the period and is a nice, elegant-looking aircraft. So you have those. That's just an odd choice, and it grates every time I see the thing. It just looks strange. Particularly as I'm not quite sure what year they are, but they're probably too early to have the triplane anyway. You then get, as I say, you see a Brisfit, you see an SE5. They have a 1.5 strutter, with 1.5 strutter for their training, which interestingly enough has flying corps handles on it rather than French. And it also only has a forward firing Vickers, the synchronized Vickers. It doesn't have even though it's not a single seater version, of which there were a few, it doesn't have the observer's seat with the Lewis gun on a mounting. They use this for training, and then the hero uses it as sort of to go and rescue the girl and the refugees, children that are with her, when the Germans bizarrely make this big offensive that means they capture ground that's open country and not. It's all a bit, doesn't quite make sense. But nice 1.5 strutter. You don't see those too often. Again, they've had one in the Young Indiana Jones thing. So. But an aircraft that could reasonably be seen. The French did have some of them. They were supplied with some, and could certainly, is of the right period for the Nieuports. You then get the weirder stuff. So when they're going on this mission to escort bombers, the the aircraft are Handley Page, big multi-engined, twin-engine things that didn't really come until 1918 and were mostly used on their own either at night or for very long bombing raids. They weren't used over the front like this in the same way as the German Gotha that appears, which is done as a CGI proper Gotha now, and it looks impressive in its way, but these did not operate over the front on a routine basis in daylight because they were simply too vulnerable to anti-aircraft fire and to scouts. That's even more true of the Zepellin that they have. There's this enormous airship that's heading for Paris. By this time in the war, doing that in daylight is absolute suicide. You simply would not, and it's escorted by loads of these Fokker DR1s, these Fokker triplanes, again all these red ones. That it's a very dramatic scene in the dogfight with the balloon, the Zeppelin eventually being destroyed and the poor devil running along the top, one of the gunners who's been trying to escape the flames. But it's very fanciful. It's really getting into, I know they had these things in the First World War, let's put them in. You don't get balloon busting or anything like that, which is a genuinely important and relatively common type of operation. So you get some weird stuff. The triplane choice is just an odd one, and particularly to make them all red. If they could have had them, I know it probably made their continuity a lot easier. Though even then, I think once or twice you actually see the one with the sort of the aces marking on the crossed swords being flown by somebody else and blown up by somebody else. But so this is, I suppose, the first big movie with lots of CGI, and it's really been the only main one about the First World War so far. You have the little bits elsewhere, like 1917 and things, but not much. This allows them to have a lot more aircraft. It allows them to have very dramatic dogfights, much more three-dimensional dogfights, and at times to do things that stunt pilots could not reasonably ask to do. Your CGI pilots can happily zoom past and narrowly miss each other. That leads to some odd things that sort of push it too far, almost because the technology allows them to do things that doesn't really make any sense or don't make sense. So when they fly, they don't fly in formation, they fly as a gaggle. It's a sort of loose swarm of aircraft, and this is true of both sides. Now, it was something that developed later in the war of taking off in formation. This is one of those things that sort of more later 17, early 1918, and was not promoted generally. It tended to be squadrons started adopting this. But certainly once in the air, you didn't fly as a swarm. You tended to fly with the leader and then echelon back to either side, and possibly in a succession, basically V-shaped formations, but possibly several of them. They don't have that. You have a lot of it's the fairly typical, you sight the enemy, you charge towards the enemy regardless of whether you're lower than him or not, and you get into a dogfight. So you have the one, where they're looking up with a piece of tinted paper to see suddenly there's loads of Germans coming out of the sun. Again, you have some of these bounces that ought to lead to catastrophic casualties, but don't just turn into a dogfight. So a lot of the cliches that have been established since the very early days of the movies continue on through this. And it's like any war film. There are lots of things. It's just been done like that so many times on screen. It seems the natural way to do it. It's what the audience understands, what they expect. It's very nice that it's three-dimensional. You have some good scenes that are impressive when there's one case where a triplane comes down diving very steeply, perhaps a little bit too steeply for a recovery, but it comes down sharply, shoots up, there's two Newports flying, the one on one side, the pilot is shot through the head and killed and is left as a corpse before the thing kills over, and the triplane is gone and is continuing the dive and zooming out well beyond out of range. That sense of a bounce, that's been rarely done, and it's done quite well in this. Some of the other things are, at times you have one where you see, I think it's a triplane or a Newport that's turning, and it's a bit like the point of view. The camera remains, as you could see it on some computer games, fixed. So you see it turning, but it doesn't appear to be moving. Everything is moving around it. That doesn't give you the sense of the frenetic hurly-burly of these dogfights that is so strong in all the memoirs, all the accounts. But of course is easier to follow for the audience, so I can see the logic from that point of view. There are some improbable bits where they've just, because the CGI allows them to do it, they can. Cassidy in his last fight, he takes out one triplane by sort of slowing down and pulling back suddenly, and his undercarriage knocks off the top wing of the triplane and the whole thing disintegrates. Now, triplanes were considered to be less sturdy than a lot of the other scouts, but nevertheless that sort of collision at that sort of speed is going to do pretty irreparable damage to Cassidy's plane as well, and he seems not bothered by this. You have think back to the Bulker incident when he is killed with a collision, fairly gentle collision, but the other aircraft is badly damaged, has to land gingerly, and he can only crash. So things like that, some of the numbers that they shoot down, some of the shots, there's a lot that's good. There was a lot that would be even better if you didn't all just have triplanes. Sometimes the story is a bit too contrived. You have crazy bits like the taking out of the German ace at the end with a revolver. This is what people have been trying to do in 1914, and it really wasn't that great. It's just some of these oddities and some of the lesser details. It's nice in a way that they've tried to show, well, it's not just, the Americans have come into the war, they're joining the French to help. The British are also there, they're all on the same side, the Allies are all fighting the Germans. But you didn't get many airfields where French and British would coexist, because, again, it's making it too big an airfield, too big a target, and generally speaking, other than there's some overlap, the systems are different, the languages are different, you have your own sectors. You get the mass depiction, you get the singing, the period songs, that element of it. The little bit, it's a bit too, the British pilot who appears is a bit too much of an idiot at first, partly because at the funeral scene he salutes without a hat on, which, as do several of the others, and that's even for the Royal Flying Corps that was a bit loose about some aspects of discipline, ain't going to happen. It's just one of those things, it's drilled into you in any British armed service from very, very much the start that you don't do. And some of the stuff about, we only have killers here and all this type of thing. It doesn't quite, it's trying to sort of give you a philosophy about what the war's about and all this, but I don't think some of the stuff with Cassidy and other really works. It might have been better to keep it just simple as we've volunteered, we think this is a good thing, we want to support the French, and we're doing our best, and so some of it is a bit too contrived, a bit artificial, but it's, it's a decent enough entry to the canon, and it's got some impressive scenes in it. It's one of those ones where you just feel, I wish they'd made some slightly different choices. I wish they, particularly the triplane thing, I wish they hadn't bothered with the Gothas, with the Handley pages, if they'd actually had. It comes back to this point. The bulk of this war is about the areas over the trenches, and particularly for the British and to some extent the French, as far possible as you could project beyond the German lines. And it's about allowing your eyes in the sky, your spotters, your reconnaissance aircraft, your photographers, to see what they want to see while stopping the enemy from doing the same back to you. And all the fighting between the scouts and the famous aces is really about achieving that end. So again, comes back to the point, very many of the aces, the bulk of their victories are against two-seater aircraft. And two-seater aircraft have rather fallen out of the picture in a lot of films, in that they go for their big twin engines, and they go for the Handley page, and they go for the Gotha, or they go for a Zepellin, which is way over the top. And they go for this particular missions. It's also the fact, this squadron, they keep meeting the same Germans again and again, and that German ace is his black triplane, and before that his chum in the red triplane, who was a decent chap. You meet them on sort of every mission you go out. They seem to be there. Now, I can understand from a point of view of storytelling, but that's not, you would sometimes come across the same units, but the sky is big and there's lots of other people out there. But it's got nice scenes of trenches when they come down. It's got, a lot of impressive stuff in it. And while they push the CGI too far, and it's too crowded at many times, and there's too many near misses that are not presented, as you don't see the pilot looking terrified, and that he's, he thinks he's going to die, and somehow he avoids the crash. You don't get quite such an emotional response from the pilots. They get, a bit worried. Sorry, there's hair on the microphone. When early on they lose on several men on their first mission, but otherwise they're all quite calm about it, and they're all just doing ace fighter pilot things from the pulp magazines, and they're fighting their best. It doesn't tell you much about the psychology and the stress involved. I mean, it's interesting, you've got the one chap who breaks down after a light wound, but eventually recovers and is able to fly again. But I think more could have been done with that, but then that might have been changing what sort of film they wanted to make. But if you wanted more of a sense of the stresses, the emotions involved, I think it doesn't quite do as much as I would like on that. So it's not the greatest First World War film ever, but it's not terrible. It's got a lot of good stuff in it. Just again, I'm waiting for the perfect, for me, First World War aviation picture. I remember hearing about the Germans' film The Red Baron from 2008 when it was being made, still in production. I thought, oh, that sounds really good. I'm really looking forward to this. When I finally got to see it, which was buying a DVD in German without subtitles and just trying my best to understand, I've seen it since then, both the dubbed and the subtitled version. I confess to being a bit disappointed. I think it shows how difficult it is for modern German filmmakers to cope with either World War. They really seem to struggle. I mean, you have very honourable exceptions. You go back and watch Das Boot, that's an extraordinarily good film, or the longer TV version of it, that really does represent the claustrophobia, the closeness of it, and doesn't try and show them all as somehow implicated in war crimes. Stalingrad, movie by the same production teams, not too bad. There were better movies in the 50s, some of the old black and white ones like The Bridge, or Punishment Battalion 999, or there's a Stalingrad one from there as well, that I think were willing to show the German soldiers as ordinary people and being sent off to do this. Some of them highly committed to the cause, some of them simply conscripts, some of them doing it because it was expected of them, everybody else was going. It's just more recently, things like the Netflix All Quiet on the Western Front just makes no sense to me. And because it's just sort of emphasizing, oh, this is all terrible. But you don't get of earlier versions, even the made-for-television one in the, was it 70s or 80s with John Boy Walton in, whatever the actor's name was, but someone who grew up with the Waltons was always on the BBC, that was how it'd be. They developed the characters of the Paul's comrades, so you actually cared when bad stuff happened to them, when they got killed. In this one, you don't. There's lots of political stuff about the armistice talks that doesn't seem to fit there at all. They've got nice kit, but tactically it makes no sense. And there's this whole sort of, they're struggling to deal with it. The Amazon film in English they've printed as the the tank and the tiger. A really weird film. In case you haven't seen it yet and still want to, I won't tell you I won't give a spoiler for the conclusion, the end of the film, which makes the whole thing to me utterly bizarre. But again, they're just struggling to show these are ordinary soldiers, and they're not necessarily committed to National Socialism and to the Nazi cause. They're not necessarily involved in war crimes. Lots of people, the vast majority were not, and they don't have much choice, because you don't come up when your call-up papers arrive. You are going to prison, or worse. So you don't have a lot of choice. But I think they struggle. It seemed to be that Das Boot reached a height of how well they could do this without trying to glorify, without trying to say, oh yes, this was all, what a great idea, let's do this again. Showing sympathy to the men caught up with it, and being able to represent them as good at their job, and committed in what they're doing and working well with each other. This one falls into, they're trying to make von Richthofen a much more sympathetic modern figure. Because he starts talking about we need to end the war and all this sort of thing, goes and tries to persuade German generals not to launch the big offensive, and it's all a bit odd. He has much more of a social life than the real man had time to enjoy. You've got the long affair in the story with the nurse who's Lena Headey, is it, or Headley? Cersei Lannister from Game of Thrones. Sorry, and as a digression, I've got to throw this in because it still shocks me all these years later. But I remember a friend who was a primary school teacher telling me at the time when the Game of Thrones series was very much at its height, she was starting to get little girls coming through called Cersei and Daenerys and things like this. So the latter you can understand, but the Cersei Lannister, unless I've missed something big, is not portrayed as a sympathetic or particularly nice character. It's a bit like saying, oh yeah, this is young Messalina, or a Lucretia Borgia, Smith, or whatever you've called your child that. Anyway, the story makes no sense and deviates so wildly from history that it just doesn't really work at all. So it doesn't succeed as a film. It didn't do very well. It didn't capture the audience's enthusiasm. It didn't do for a very expensive film, it didn't do well. And I think part of that's the story. It's not hard-hitting enough. It just makes him into a nice guy trapped in a rather difficult situation who sort of does his best and eventually dies. Though you don't see his final fight, he just takes off and that's it. You also he has this sort of friendship almost with Roy Brown. It comes back to the von Richthofen and Brown thing where you're trying to have these counterparts, but it's one of the Fiennes brothers is playing the part, and bizarrely early on he chases after von Richthofen in an RE-8, this reconnaissance aircraft that was not fast, and he's pursuing an Albatross until Richthofen turns on him, shoots the gun and shoots him down, but he survives as a prisoner, meets the nurse as well, the glamorous nurse, escapes, then encounters Richthofen again in a Sop with Camel this time, so at least we're getting into the right country. But I think he's even described as in the Royal Canadian Air Force. It's complete, he was RNAS, Royal Naval Air Service, only a Camel pilot, did the one tour, and is involved in the dogfight where Richthofen is shot down. Whether he actually did shoot Richthofen down or not is another matter. Generally speaking, people go for it's probably one of the gunners on the ground shooting at him that actually kills him. As I remember reading a book years ago, you could actually argue that there's a good case that when it's Brown, Richthofen pursues May, Brown pursues Richtofen, fires at him at long range, helps to force him down. Forcing him down brings him within range, within the risk factor of the ground fire, and it's probably one of the Australians that will actually hit and kill him. But it's partly Richtofen's mistake. He's too tired. He's breaking his own rules. He's pursuing somebody in a dangerous area, which he would have been criticised any of his young pilots for doing for years, but he's just, he spent too much time at the front, really. So anyway, the dogfighting scenes, this was the first big film really to have the CGI element, and it's heavily CGI. I think they had some mock-ups of full-size Albatross, but I'm not sure how many real aircraft they had. It doesn't look like many. It looks pretty much all CGI, except perhaps some of the takeoff scenes, and even some of those were not. So they start off flying Albatross I struggle a bit to tell the difference between a D3 and a D5A. One of those, I think it's to do with the shape of the tail, and it's certainly to do with where the control wires are and which wing is vital and all this sort of thing. But again, don't need to worry too much about that. But it's nice to see an albatross and formations of them. You've got, in one way, there are sometimes they have authentic markings, but not of the Aster II or the later, the squadrons Richtofen commanded. And again, you have Voss and others, or everybody's in a group, just as in Richtofen and Brown. Everybody famous is there. The first dogfight, you have a succession of them, is a really odd one. Because it shows the Germans pootling along, 4 of them. They do the wreath dropping thing, which, again, I don't know of happening in that situation, but it happened for the Royal Flying Corps. Somebody flew over and dropped one for Bulker at his funeral, which I think was held at Comray. Richtofen starts to sort of look a bit suspicious, stares up at the sun, shading his eye a bit, and then a whole squadron, it's more than a dozen, it looks like about 18 SE-5As suddenly appear. This is supposed to be 1916 or very early 17, and suddenly the Flying Corps have got this modern aircraft not yet around, and they're led by, it turns out to be Lano Hawker of 24 Squadron, who was actually flying a pusher, a DH-2. They come down on our 4 Germans, our 4 super cool young dashing Germans, bank off in various directions, turn around and inflict more damage than they suffer. This is a classic bounce. If you had 4 Albitri flying along at that sort of height and a whole squadron's worth of SE-5s come down out of the sun, then those Germans are probably dead, or at least some of them. And they're certainly not, what you don't do is turn, losing speed, losing height to try and get round and face them. You get out of the way, because this is not a situation where you should be fighting against those numbers when the enemy has the advantage of height. So this is Richtofen as the complete numpty, who is breaking all the rules of air fighting, and that does not reflect the sort of fighter and leader he was. We'll return to in a minute. Lano Hawker has a beard, deeply bizarre. He's got this symbol of a sort of Grim Reaper on the side of his aircraft. Memory serves, I think one of the American pursuit squadrons may have used that. Or was it a French unit anyway? But it's certainly not 24 Squadron. But, he goes out. So you have a dogfight, and it's the CGI is quite impressive. One thing you will have from this is that it allows, in the past, an aircraft is hit, then you start off the smoke canister and smoke starts coming out from the front of the aircraft, and it sort of curves off, and then eventually a replica might crash and blow up, or it's a model that is able to explode. So you have with CGI you can start to have struts breaking, you can start to have bits of fabric pulling away, a wing collapsing. They don't, it's not bad, they do some bits like that. There is a tendency throughout this film, there are always too many aircraft in frame, and you never have a flight, it's always loads of people that turn up. You then get the subsequent dogfight where, this is when Roy Brown in his RE-8, his Harry Tate, this cumbersome reconnaissance aircraft starts piling into a dogfight and chasing an albatross with success, all very bizarre. There's some spads appear. It's another one of those films where even with the CGI, the identity of the aircraft will change moment to moment within a dogfight. You could. So there's too many aircraft. It's all too cluttered. It doesn't work. You have another one where they bring in Handley Pages, these big multi-engined British bombers. Again, these don't appear over the front like that. These go for long distance raids and generally on their own and often at night. That's the main time they're doing their work. Not in a whirling dogfight like this. There's loads of aircraft. It's quite impressive. The aircraft individually are accurate, but they're doing bizarre things so that they don't behave like that particular type of aircraft. And they do some stuff that you certainly couldn't do in a First World War aircraft without the wings coming off. So you have lots of this. The other thing that you tend to happen in this is that somebody will press the gun button, squirt of fire, and an aircraft will catch fire almost immediately. Now, the Aces did get close and shot down aircraft with remarkably few bullets, but this is happening even with full-on deflection shots when somebody's sort of flying towards each other or coming across you, and it's more like a computer game. than it is the reality. But it's a different approach to the earlier films where you tend to get lots of firing and you're chasing and you're sort of trying to jink out of the way while somebody's behind you until eventually you get shot down or not, and lots of bits of fabric going on. They don't really do that to the same extent. And then later on, when Richtofen's got his triplane and so have some of the others, you have a big attack. I think it's part of the March offensive, though of course it occurs in clear skies, very foggy, on the first day of the Ludendorff offensive and many of the other subsequent attacks. It was the right time of year, and while the Germans would probably have broken through anyway, it certainly helped that they were invisible to artillery and indeed to machine guns until they got very, very close. So it added to the dust thrown up by the barrage, the clouds of gas. It's the usual on-screen, lots of people advance almost in close order, not quite formation, but as a mass, occasionally stopping to shoot. It's exactly how you don't do a First World War infantry attack, let alone by 1918, and indeed most periods of history you don't fight that way. But it looks impressive. They pack loads of people in. There's loads of really big artillery pieces firing. There's far more balloons than you could possibly cram into any area, and the Germans come in. Richthofen leads his squadron. They have this whirling fight around the balloons with British. Sometimes they're shooting at one fella shoots one up with bullets and then fires a flare pistol to ignite the balloon. You normally didn't need to do that. There doesn't seem to be any anti-aircraft fire or around these balloons that were normally very heavily protected, a dangerous target to attack. So it doesn't ring true. Visually quite impressive, but there's too much of everything. It's too close together. You get the collision of aircraft, again a theme that crops up time and again, which sometimes happened but was rather rarer than it tends to be in Hollywood. I think it's stuck in the mind of anybody who saw something as terrible as that. So it's a weird film, and the Richtofen of this is not the Richtofen who is a professional, really, in that he first of all takes the business of fighting very seriously. So it's all about attacking from a position of advantage and, if possible, overwhelming advantage. Not of giving the enemy a chance, but giving the enemy as little or no chance as possible. He's also someone who is very much a group fighting. He coordinates the other aircraft around him. Even when he's flying with a small formation of 5 or 6, they fight, they protect each other. You have people protecting his tail. You get lots of rubbish, particularly in the 60s and 70s beyond, and sometimes from sort of even occasionally retired RAF people, where there was sort of, some got very hostile to Richtofen and were saying, well, he's just this sort of mangy wolf that's prowling the fronts, that he mostly shoots down two-seater aircraft, old-fashioned aircraft, runs much far inferior performance to his own, that he always has people guarding his back, so he comes in, does the killing and piles up his score. That's because those things make sense. He is not playing a game. He is not, as sometimes the movies would suggest, obsessed with the victories and the score for their own sake. They clearly become important to him, as they do to most of the aces, and Richtofen was a little bit, there is something a little bit uncomfortable about. First of all, the Albatross Company presented a trophy to anyone who'd shot down an enemy aircraft in one of their planes. And so Richtofen takes this on and then starts ordering these things with the names inscribed of the aircraft and the people he'd shot down. He has his room full of trophies cut off the aircraft. You see pictures of it, and it's quite staggering. There's something a little bit like a hunter in their trophies. On the other hand, his job is to stop the Royal Flying Corps, the Royal Naval Air Service, or on those rare occasions, he's nearly always facing the British. On those rare occasions, he's facing the French. The French, from getting their spotting planes up to call in the artillery precisely, from putting their photographic planes over to photograph the German trenches, the battery positions, so that they can be targeted more accurately in the future, even by blind firing, and using map references, and that they can prepare for British assaults. The whole point of the air war is not the dogfighting and the fighter aces. The whole point is to allow you want to see the enemy and stop him from seeing you, so that you can drop more weight of shells on him than he can do of you, and you can do it more accurately, more precisely, because that's what's going to win the battles for you, and it's the battles on the ground that matter. So what you are there for is to blind the enemy. And it's Richtofen's job, like all German fighter pilots, to shoot down the British two-seaters, the observation, photographic, reconnaissance aircraft. That's what you're there for. That's what really matters. Because if you shoot those down, you're saving a lot more lives of people on the ground, and you're helping your side more. So the majority, Richthofen shoots down a lot of BE-2Cs. He shoots down a lot of RE-8s. He shoots down Sopwith Strutters, other two-seaters. He mostly shoots down aircraft that are obsolete compared to the ones he's flying, but that's largely because the Royal Flying Corps is mostly flying aircraft that are obsolete compared to the ones he's flying. So, you can't blame him for that. He does his job extraordinarily efficiently. He is a very capable leader who doesn't just fight as an individual and pile up scores for himself. Yes, he does that. He leads by example, but he also tries to get the others to score, tries to get them to work as a team. And the whole point for the Germans is to fight an intelligent war. They haven't got the numbers to just fling themselves at the British and French in the same way that the Allies will do for them, particularly the Flying Corps with Trenchard's obsession with the offensive. They've got to try and win through cunning, through stealth. So it's all about getting the advantages, about not taking losses not risking your own men unless you really have to, trying to inflict maximum loss on the enemy with minimal loss to yourself. And he's very good at that. And this is one of the reasons why he helps inspire the German fighter arm in general to become so efficient. It's men like Richthofen that do this. So it's that's not reflected at all. There's no sense of that. The idea that he's going to be just pootling along and get bounced out of the sun by a load of SC-5s. Richthofen doesn't often get surprised. Nobody's perfect, but he tries to fight a clever war, tries always to give his side as many advantages as possible. That's simply not reflected. And what he does is kill very efficiently. Now, again, you can argue about the morality of all the trophies and things like that, but he is doing the job he's supposed to do. And for a young man who's comparatively a lieutenant initially and gets as far as Hawkmen, they don't promote as quickly in the German air service as they do for the Allies. He is there doing this job, what they've told him to do, very efficiently, and helps to develop the tactics. Kate follows on from Bulker, who'd been setting this up to a great extent and saw something in Richthofen, taught many of the others. Richthofen takes this on and trains the next generation, and so on. One of the big differences to the Royal Flying Corps is that from quite early on, the British realised that there's only so much air fighting a man can take before he becomes less efficient. And this eventually turns into a fairly informal but clearly their tour system, whereby you maybe do 6 months, sometimes 7, at the front before you go home to instruct or go to a home service squadron, wait, same sort of period, and then might come out again. So like Cecil Lewis of Sagittarius Rising, you do 3 tours effectively. The British develop this, and it means that some of their pilots can last longer. Even so, for somebody like Mannert, clearly starts to take chances that he wouldn't have taken in the weeks, months before. He's burning out. Richthofen the same, that Richthofen gets shot down in those circumstances, pursuing an enemy he doesn't need to pursue, very low down over British-held territory. In this case, most of the troops there are actually Australian, but the Allied territory then. That's something he would simply not have done. If you read The Red Air Fighter, his book, the Richthofen of that's written more in his prime, far more careful, far more sensible, would not be doing these things. So they burn out, and it's the same thing that the Luftwaffe will do in the Second World War. They don't rest their fighter pilots. So unless you get wounded, Richthofen gets his break because he gets chipped on the side of the head fighting against FE2s. In 1917, and gets a rest that way. But that's the only way he does. It's convalescence rather than resting. And this is partly a reflection, again, the British in particular, they are, by 17 and 18, they are training so many pilots that they can replace those that they rotate through. But it is also better management. That tour system will be also baked into the RAF's way of thinking in the Second World War from the beginning. And it will develop with the US Army Air Corps as well. This sense that somebody improves, gets to a point where they then start to get tired and they're probably a liability. You need to rest them. And then they might be able to come back and perform again at a high level. But you can do that if you've got enough people to replace them. One of the big problems is that the Germans don't have the resources to do that. Anyway, so it's a film that disappointed, I'm afraid, and each time I go back to it, I feel that same disappointment. On the other hand, you've got nice albatross fighters in it. That's good to see. You've got some impressive scenes, but it's just too cluttered, too many, and deep down the story doesn't make any sense at all. I'll sneak this one in because it's the promise of, perhaps what might have been or what perhaps still could be one day. If you go to the Australian War Memorial Museum in Canberra, which is very well worth a look, I think it's, for my money, the best presented military museum I've ever seen. The way they pitch things, the way they use video and film footage to illustrate the different galleries, it's very good. It's very good. It's I had a happy day wandering around there a few years back. Then they had a large hall that had a Lancaster in it and other things, but also had a section on the Australian squadrons in the First World War. And it showed a film on these several big screens sort of joined together, but with slightly different images on all of them, called Over the Front, about these squadrons, about a 12-minute film, something like that, produced by Peter Jackson and his company. And it's extraordinarily good. I mean, a lot of it is obviously CGI. It's overwhelmingly that, but based around the replica aircraft that they have built and operate at the airfield he owns. I think, is it on South Island? I'm not sure. It's one of those things. One day it would be lovely to get out to New Zealand and get to visit this place, and especially if you could see one of the displays, just because I do like seeing these vintage aircraft. But it's quite well done. It's presented. There's a narrator, so it's a documentary style, but you get these scenes of an RE8 squadron preparing, an RE8 off on a mission, then being attacked by German scouts. There's a sort of subtle change. The Germans start with just Albatross types, then they get some triplanes, then they start to get D7s. It's almost if you're sort of over the course of this short film, you're moving at different stages of the war. They talk about Camel pilots, and they show, I can't quite remember of squadrons 1 to 4, which one had which off the top of my head. They show a Camel pilot going balloon busting. There's a little bit of sort of comedy in that when the German observer bails out and is shaking his fist and yelling out Schweinhund at the Australian pilot as he flies past. But it's nicely done, and then you move into the SE5 unit taking off, going on patrol, coming across the RE8s being attacked, intercepting the Germans, and you develop into a big dogfight that is very, very well done. Now, it's one of those things where, because there's different images being shown on the different screens, you can't see it all at one time. I stayed around and watched it 2 or 3 times because I just thought it was really, really good. And it is very well done. And some of it, you still have that sort of light-hearted element, and you see, one Australian pilot sort of going, yes, when he's shot a German down. But then you see another one where everything's going well, he's chasing after a German, then a triplane comes around behind him and you're seeing the view from the tail, and then you start to see, again, depending which screen you're looking at, bits of strut being knocked out, then in front of him the instruments starting to be smashed, and the engine catches fire, the aircraft starts to burn, and the man jumps out. So it suddenly goes very grim, very seriously. But it's one of those things, you look at this and think, oh, I'd really like Peter Jackson and Weta Workshop to do a First World War film at some point. I mean, I know they've got the biplanes in the King Kong, but a really good First World War film would be nice with very, very accurate aircraft, because this is, it all looks absolutely right, and it's very well done. And yes, you have some of the cliches of air combat movies in this, but a lot of those are based on reality, if often in exaggerated form. So it's a very, very impressive short film, and as I say, just made me think, oh, I'd love to see more of this. I'd love to see a full film set in France in the First World War about some pilots, but who knows, it's probably not that commercial. I've even wondered if it's sort of, you could have the humour of the Donald Jack's The Bandy Papers or something like that, whether they would work, but it might be rather fun. But anyway, that's one of those things. I had to include that because I think it's, for my money, just about the best presentation of dogfighting that I've seen. It really was very good. And one day I'll get back out there and I'll go and visit the museum. I'm assuming it's still part of the display, but you never know, museums do change things every now and again. Also worth seeing there, you've got some bits and pieces, so the control column from von Richthofen's triplane, from when he was shot down and killed. You've got an Albatross, you've got an SE-5, you've got a Pfalz D-12. So, you don't see too many of those, as well as lots of other stuff in the museum. So over the front, nice little short film with some very good scenes in it. So there you go. I haven't filmed all these in one go, as you may have noticed. I've got different shirts and t-shirts on at various times. I've done each one individually over the course of a few weeks, usually within a night or so of watching the film, if I've been able to do it. So I'm not quite sure how long this video will be when all assembled, because I've only done it in installments, probably far longer than I meant it to be as usual, but I hope it's been of interest to those who have slogged all the way through and followed it through, for those who like these sorts of movies as well and are interested in the history. I won't say too much at the end because I think I've already said a lot. So big themes are that on the whole, the movies, the television focuses on the glamorous bits, the fighter pilots, the dogfights, and a lot of the cliches come in. You don't see long scenes of a leader of a flight trying to stalk an enemy formation, using the sun, using the clouds, trying to sort of head away and then come back, because that'd be quite difficult to represent, excuse me, on film. It's something that's much easier to write about. Instead, you tend to get the formations, they see each other, and then they just head straight towards each other, intermingle, and you get the dogfight. So a lot of the sort of the language, the way this is presented, all the visual points of this come in. They're probably there in Wings. They're certainly there by Dawn Patrol and some of the others and Hell's Angels, and they just stay much the way through. You don't get a lot about the two-seaters. You don't get a lot about the role of the core aircraft. And distressingly, even when you have films about fighter pilots, mostly they're fighting other fighters all the time, and it's dogfight back and forth. It would be nice to see them taking out two-seaters. But again, it's a question of what's available. You get some daft bits of people shouting to each other from one aircraft to another while it's flying, of some of the more bizarre bits. Balloon busting appears reasonably often. My pick of the films, I suppose, let's do it this way, as to the ones that best represent some aspects of this. You've got to have a place in your heart for Wings because it's the first and it is so grand. Dawn Patrol I really like, partly because of Flynn, Niven and Rathbone. It's such a good cast. And that sense of this is something really tough, really bad, that they're being ground down by this, of the inexperience. Yes, there's lots of liberties taken with the history and the final mission. Errol Flynn with a few bombs destroying this vast factory complex is implausible. But it's got a great feel. It's very much squadron focused. You're so much of it is in the sets inside. It could almost be a stage play, and it's very well done. Jumping on a bit, The Blue Max is a great film, as I mentioned when I was doing the talk about that. They've made a good effort to get, again, spectacular scenes, but also a reasonable number of the right aircraft with some other make ways. It's maybe a bit long, sometimes the story drags a bit, but the sort of personal element and the rivalry between these two things, it doesn't really ever give you a sense of the stress of being a fighter pilot. It's simply, these are, whether it's Willy von Klugelmann or Starkel himself, they like doing this. They're having quite a good time. So that's not so realistic, but some of the flying sequences is just great, and the look of the thing. So got to have a special place in my heart for that. And von Richtofen and Brown I quite like as well, because it's got its moments, even though it does get a bit samey. But again, it's got this collection of aircraft that are very good. I love the Wings TV series. I enjoyed going back to see that after all these decades. That it does attempt to show the war of the core aircraft. And yes, it's got some flying corps cliches in it as well. But it's nicely done, and yes, it's mostly models rather than real aircraft, and you can tell, but it's they're good. It's still well done for all of that. So that's an interesting take on a bit of the war you don't normally see. And I think Ace is high as well. For all, it is contrived, it is like Journey's End, some of it, doesn't it? And the aircraft are much more iffy than they generally are, but at least they've made an attempt to make things look a bit like an SE5. I just quite like the brutality of the way they try to show the dogfights as quite nasty, as desperate, as scary. I do like the big set piece attack at the end, the attack on the balloon busting attack, and the way that's a great. Perhaps it helps that I saw it in the cinema as an impressionable child, which obviously I couldn't see many of the earlier ones. Things like Flyboys, they're fun. I like bits of them. Waldo Pepper is a great film. But between them, those, Wings, both the early one and the BBC one, Dawn Patrol, Blue Max, a little bit of Richtofen and Brown, and then Aces High, they can give you a flavour of it. There's aspects in all of them that are, have some quite nice touches in it, even with a lot of the liberties that are taken. So I think that's my pick of the bunch. As I say, I'm dreaming that one day, I keep looking when I watched again on the YouTube versions of it, the Peter Jackson Over the Trenches, or Over the Front, as it's called, from the War Memorial in Canberra, which I hope they still show there, because I just thought it was really good. You look at that, but because it's on two screens and you've got different images on it, it's anybody who's filmed this and put it up on YouTube, you're only showing bits of it. That's, while it's got some of the cliches in that you have your formations just go head to head as usual, and you think of the Mick Mannock mantra was always above, seldom on the same level, never below. Basically, you always attack if you've got height advantage. You rarely do it if you're on the same height. You never ever do it if you're lower than the enemy. You move away, you get away, you try and gain height before you fight. It's all about it comes back to this point that a lot of this warfare was really about trying to creep up behind the enemy while his back was turned and shoot him before he knew you were there. And that's how so many of the casualties occurred, with people who were just unaware of that. But that doesn't necessarily make for such dramatic cinema, at least not all the time. So anyway, it's been a lot of fun for me doing this, looking back at all these films, hoping that one day there will be the perfect one out there that will come along. I hope you've enjoyed it as well. Special thanks to Graham Sumner, who provided some front of house stills from several of the films that we've seen. I've put that in the comments, not the comments, the description section, but I meant to do a proper thanks to him as well, because that's nice. I've taken vid caps from some of the other ones, but I haven't been able to get pictures of everything. But anyway, that's my take on aviation on screen, First World War dogfights, First World War, the air war, the aircraft, the tactics, the experience of it all, and how it's been presented to us in movies and on TV. So that's it for today. Thanks for watching.